Hi Cyril, how's it going? I'd love to hear that, mate. Hello. I have just come back from taking Chili to the vets. He needed a checkup. So it's been a very exciting morning for me. Like, Chili is very well behaved with me, but she is not very well behaved with the vets. She really doesn't like it at all. I guess that's not really that surprising, huh? I probably wouldn't like the vet if I was a cat. Right, we need to go to Toxo. For our usual little run around. We're a lot stronger than we were last week again, so maybe Yale won't take a million years. Oh yeah, we have the shield now, so we can actually cure the slow. That will probably speed it up a lot. Oh yeah, we have a bridle now, don't we? We changed out the bridles. But yeah. No. Okay. Try again. No, we don't need more. One is enough. There we go. We're horsing. Yeah, they exchanged out the steed AAs for bridles for whatever reason. I'm not 100% sure why, but I think it's because they're adding mounts to the game. But who knows, really. Kick chat is working again today on my regular chat frame, which is nice. Don't know what was happening yesterday. These things will always remain a mystery to me. Just in here on our right, we can take our port over to Yale. Or we could jump into the hole. Of course, he won't be down there. Usually you can jump into the hole and it takes you all the way down to where Yale is. Yeah, the big boss of the hole. But he won't be up here. We have to get into raid instances for him. Okay. Got a little shit bandit on the side. We are buff, right? Yeah. Hey, Bramble Coat. Hey, Bellico. What's up? I guess we'll go over here and punch this little pool Yale, though. Ow. The sun is very annoying. Let's have a little shift, though, into defensive. A lot more than I thought it would. Slip a little slugs on ourselves. Some interesting anime recommendations. Yeah, you got given some slop. Some real slop. I'm sure you find some good stuff in there that you like, though. We need to start curing our disease. Now that we have the shield. Nah, there's some stuff in there that's watchable. We kind of need to be against a wall. Which is going to be very unpleasant. Okay. Let's get slow on him. It's nice that we don't have to, like, panic slow him anymore. We're a lot stronger than we used to be. An in-cap. We'll slugs ourselves and pet. And at that point we should be good. Let's keep spamming Get Disease on us. So we get moments when we're not slowed. But he sure does love to spam slow. Tried wind for Hexa. I literally pressed nothing the whole fight. Yeah. Ugh. Don't hit the pet. Don't be like that, mate. Pretty slow. And Puma. Obviously we get slowed again immediately. God just loves his slow. He doesn't. He's out of mana though. No more getting forced across the map. Still managed to find a slow on me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yell. So nice having the Shield of the Immaculate. At least we get moments when we're not slow during this. Terra's a great unit. I think we could probably just go into offense. I probably should have been on offense a while ago. Yeah, taking just no damage. Hey, Breadstick. What's going on? God, we resisted slow as well. Our magic res has come so far. The live is going on. That's awesome, man. I love that for you. Double loam encrusted robe. Holy moly. Right, let's get out of here. We are going to our spawn. Oh, nope, that wasn't it. That was the wrong load. Thank you for being here, Breadstick. Let us gate. Let us gate. I think we're putting potential into this. Oh, Ace Spectre. Holy moly. Things I have to deal with. Similar pain of hate. Pain of hate? Plane of hate. Hi, Tertiary. Hey, Assay. How are you guys? Hey, a blast on art. It's cool, man. Enjoy it. Oh, we did pull the other one, which is casting for ages. I don't think Bellicult is really playing Arknights at the moment, Acumen. Fuck, sorry, Granblue Fantasy. Wrong game. We could just kill everything here. Hello, Ariatel. What's up, guys? Get out of here quickly. Oh! We still... we still on our gate set up. Oh dear. I tried to heal myself and gated. These things happen. Unlike GBF, AK side stories peak. I thought it was kind of shit personally, but to each their own. Not really a big fan of the Arknight story. Why do girls in this random anime I put on have their tits out with no censoring? And the website I am watching from says it is not adult content. I don't know. But if you're not comfortable with it, I would stop watching it. Let's try this again without gating. We are slowed. Oh, we need to kill the pet again, don't we? Yeah, we're gonna have to go defensive. It's too much damage. Slugs. Just all the mage neeks. Probably get back to offense in a second. Darn mages, even now. Worst things to fight against. Spamming cure disease on herself. You slug it. You can probably go back to offense now. I don't know why I've killed this. I genuinely have no idea why we're killing this. Fine. Gotta make the most of our weeklies, don't we? These are all rogue things, I think. Avatar of Abhorrence is Rouge. Rouge! Completely pointless. I'm not going to bother with the coercer. I can't be bothered. He is too much pain in the ass. The only reason to kill these really is for moats. Like chance at high level moats. You become a wind god after a takeout. Ah, I see. I'm glad to hear that, penguins. I guess. Thanks for sharing, mate. When you're getting a new helmet, I don't know. I don't know what we would replace this with. I think like Valorium might be better, but only at higher plus, and I'm not really getting a lot of Valorium, so maybe never. Next expansion. Pretty low on hands. Oh, mana. Doesn't seem to be recovering very well. Ow. Bit excessive. To kill the little shitter pet. It's a good track. This is one of the Xenoblades. I'm not fucking with the Evangelists of Hate. We don't. I don't think we need the High Priest for anything, do we? It's gonna be a pain in the ass. High Priest Makari. No, we absolutely do not need that. I'm not even sure we need Maestro anymore. Hand of the Maestro. Yes, we can. Just for Shield of Stalwart Seas copies. This guy actually kind of chunks. We don't have a super safe spot here either because I haven't killed any of the minis. His horses or whatever they are could punt me in a pretty bad direction. Don't really want to swap sides, even though my pet's on the front, in case we get forced. Re-slug. eat ourselves a bit. You're free? Free in what sense? What were you free from? I cracked the code, I know the new order. Is it growth? Yeah. I figured. How you doing, Radius? Love it, mate. Love it. Love it for you. This is a raid. Yeah, this is a raid. This is plain of hate. Plain of hate. Always like to hang out with my good friend Maestro. They shield for us today. You get a moat though. Can't really begrudge him. He's dropping us moats. We are pretty much bottomed out on endurance. No choice but to get a balance. We lull this. We can probably cannibalize it here, can't we? You're right. We're in balance, that's basically defensive. Oh, I just slugged myself again. Whoops. Only it's stacked. Give ourselves an actual full mana bar for Inaruk. I don't really want to mess around with him. He's still pretty scary, boy. Spindly hands. Uh, Offense is probably a little ambitious. Need to be in the corner here. We really don't want to be caught by this. Probably won't send. We don't want to be blasted through there. That would be very bad. We'll rebuff Emo first. Okay, we got our debuffs on. How do we feel about Wiz only making one character for seasonal ult? It completely expected? It's a general adventure. Is it a general adventure? Do we know that? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine about it. Wiz dying. Wiz is doing so well. It is quite the opposite. Elise. I mean, people would be happy to see Elise. Yeah, same Capital. I like that they don't feel like they need to push out infinite seasonals. So, yeah. Good as far as I'm concerned. The less characters they bring out, the better. Defensive might actually be better for us. Not really blasting out any big old nukes. Oh, 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 oh. Thank you for summoning me. We were like just rooted slightly out of range. He was smacking our pet. We don't like that. Wild Strike is so awful. Yeah, I don't care. Like, you can do whatever they want. Characters are so external to anything that I enjoy in games. Like, I couldn't give a fuck. Characters they release, really. Ooh, yeah, no, we're fine still. Can you come back to the corner? Can you come back to this corner? Hit us enough for that? Pet's rooted right now. I think I'm just gonna lay on hands myself. I don't want to mess around. Come on, Pep. Back to the grind. Some slacking over there. It's always Garov. Is EverQuest just staring on monsters' crotches all the time? It can be. Yeah. Surprised you're not more into it anyway. Yeah, maybe. It'll probably be if we do get a Garou folder, it'll probably be like a kind of half joke altar. Like a Halloween altar or a Christmas altar or something. No longer into guys or furries. Nice. Oh, I guess. We should probably re-slow him, huh? I thought I did re-slow him, but I guess I did not. Might be why we're taking so much damage. Who knows? Could be that. Could be any other reason. But it's probably that. What? You're a madman, Kabisa. You're a madman, mate. How can you say such incredibly controversial things? When are we getting news about Suikoden Starleap's English release? That's what I want to know. When I leap upon a star. Oh. These are merge. This is kind of cool. Put in your dragon. Ice belt. Went into there. Bruce. Yep, that makes sense. This is kind of cool. It's just got really good saves on it. But it's very hard for us to use. Like, we could use it here, and then go to a Cloak of Flames here, or the thingy. I don't think that's great. I'm not sure. I think we just store this. Our ice spell, we need to go back and grab in Origin a second. I need to set up my filter as well. I don't know why I put that on always store. Actions, loop window. Oh, no, we already had it up. Actions, loop window. Filters. Ice belt. Remove. Yeah, let's Origin out of here. Let me just have Kazakh fuel. The Kazakh fuel. Hello, the bot. How are you? Lisa Ulster is going to be so beautiful, yeah. Said about Fordrake. Did they confirm it's Fordrake tomorrow? They did confirm it's Fordrake tomorrow. Ah, okay, cool. Ice spell. Merge. And then we go to Firot. Can't win in Daphne. Yeah, you're the unluckiest person in the world, just like everyone else. Everything is always against you personally. So true. At least bait Banner into 4 heroes into Annie. Yeah, probably. Like, it is quite common, and this is not the first time where they haven't run a legendary adventurer or a legendary altar while there's a collab on. They are pretty good with that, really. I really like the way that Dracom do banners, or the devs do banners. As far as gachas go, it's about as less bad as you can get. He is, yeah, breadstick. I mean, the collab, the first collab released out of nowhere, if you remember correctly. Witness the strength of a devil. Love a bit of Garolf. The XR riding animation, man. Gets me every time. Why am I killing this? What am I doing? I don't know. Just saw a light blue mob and got excited. I think we need to rebuff quickly. Our low duration paladin buffs have gone. They need to make this harder than it needs to be. I'll still back up. So the first dude is very magic resistant. We need to try to pacify the mobs outside of this. That's where the scythe dude is. This thing's a nightmare. Don't think we can pacify the phantasm. Or maybe we can. Last time we couldn't. Yep. Got him. Snap the big man. This probably won't land. I've never had it land. Let's take off his shield of brambles. Pet first. This is very heavy damage one because I can't slow. Slugs ourselves. get evasive for a bit. But not for too long, because it will sap our stamina, endurance. I did see that, Cabisaur. Yeah, I saw the, I was kind of surprised. But the Japanese do love Rene, so it isn't, I guess it isn't like super surprising. Charmy was sick, dude. He used to be silver rank. Better than you shitters. One's much easier. Probably the easiest of the three. There's another Phantasm. I think those are the only two mobs. I think the Trackalish has 3. Wait. Oh, there is. I lost you for a second, sir. Oh, we're not in Overmatch Stirrups. Landed anyway. This thing is the easiest thing in here by like quite a long way. Doesn't even have a caster class. It's just a warrior, monk, berserker. Probably offense him, to be honest. Spice things up a little bit. A Dracolich is next after this. Uh, uh, oh, that has worked fine. Maybe that's the best way to pull these. Into the offensive. Booties. Flavor booties are these. Monk booties. I don't think they are going to trump these. Need the resist. Should probably go balanced. Take our endurance back up. Oh, the throwing weapon. I forgot these existed. I guess we'll take them. Love turmoil warts. I think there might be one more ad out here. Oh, there was. Oh, I haven't seen a nightmare here for a very long time. I think these do something bad. We are gonna have to go probably evasive here. This is a, oh god. Yep, that pet is dead. There's nothing I can do to save it. Nightmare blinds. Just lay on hands here. Unfortunately can't target the Dracolich right now to slow it. Evasive is doing a lot of work right now. If we can kill the Nightmare, then we'll stop getting blinded. Have to get defensive. Right, we need to get a slow on this. So far ourselves. Unfortunately, our slow did not make it through. It's our soul fire going off. Damn. Fizzled our slow so many times. There we go. Trying to get in cap on it as well. Oh, man, pushback is too much. Okay. Okay, now we need to kill the Samhain. Other slugs for ourselves. Ow. That's very painful. Is this reusable? Does this not have charges? It's actually super useful, so. Oh no, it has charges. Has restore sight on it. Cures blindness. That is a ultra awkward summon. Really hate that. We need to go to balanced. We are out of endurance. We've burnt so much endurance being an invasive. Slugs. Ow. Hey, Mr. Lich. We are going to need to reslow. Then we need to resummon our pet. Repuma. And then I think we're okay. That was a little sketchy. Shows how much stronger we've got though. To have to do that, that's certainly not something we could have done probably last week even. I think I stayed in evasive for a little bit too long at the start. I was trying to get the nightmare dead before we stopped evasive. I made it probably a bit harder than it needed to be. Eat ourselves. Be slow. And re-encap. Nice, Asahi. Great work on Big Sierras. Slip a little slug on our pet. Get offense here. Now we have our endurance back. Staff of Undead Legions. I forgot this existed. Isn't this a huge nuke? Yeah, huge anti-undead nuke. Pretty cool. Take it. I remember playing a Necromancer, meleeing things with that. Actually a pretty insane proc. Right, let us see what else is around here. There's one more golem. That's not recovery stance. I think we got all of the... Oh no, never mind. Oh. That wasn't the best. No, 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 no. Oh, well, I bet's dead again. Slip into evasive. All slowed and incapped. We need to kill the Gorgon, as it does some really nasty chain stuns. We have a lot more magic resist than we used to, but still not something I would like to take my chances with, given the situation. Right now we are on evasive, so we are ignoring its hits. We need to get out of that, so the Gorgon needs to die. Get into defensive. Take out the little shitter pets. Lay on hands here. Chipping at our slow. It's gone. Should we fight to get into balance after this is dead? Let's strip this. Re-incap it. Re-slow it. Slip into a reversion. Grab a new pet. Whoops, that's rage. Infuse my spell gems. We'll say we need to rebuff it anyway, because I don't know, it got taken off by a Necrodot or something. I don't know if it did. As soon as we can, we'll move around to the other side. Our pet's hitting the back. Gotta get your pet hitting it from the back. Ow. Ah! Our first ball of ever-living golem. This I might end up using over this for the saves. Don't know if that's worth using immediately. Maybe it is. Saves are pretty important. Saves are a kind of big deal. Just strength and dex. Yeah, I think so. Saves are just so crazy. So crazy important for us now. Okay, that just leaves the big boy. I guess we should check the outside. I think we killed everything. Oh. No, never mind. Sorry, Silk. I think that is it. No, it's not. Oh god. Don't be like that. Oh my god, I hate these things so much. We have to resummon our pet again in a second anyway. Stupid phantasms. We have to resummon it to rebuff again anyway. That's okay. Oh, I do hate these things. Just get into evasive. Can't proc its stupid shadow step on us. Should have done that straight away. We are slowed. Please get this thing out of here. Slip back into balance. Get our pet back out. Rebuff. And then we can go and take on Kazakh. I should really rename that emote. Oh, whoops. It always gets flagged by Twitch chat. I usually have to manually allow it because, like, schizo's not a very nice word. It's kind of fair. Like, schizo's not really a cool thing to say. So I'm glad that it is modding that. Oh, I'm an idiot. Didn't actually buff. Side wheel. The wrong one. There he is. The big boy. That'll mana tick up a little bit. Want to ride through into his room. Holy moly. Slow stuck. Ow. I think we lay on hands. Until he's burnt himself out of mana. He doesn't have a huge mana pool, but until he's burnt himself out of mana, his damage output is very high. Just realised we need to get off our horse. On our horse we can't use our monk specials. Whoops. Need to reslow. Oof. Ow. He's gonna unslow. Okay, we stuck it. He is our mana, thank goodness. Can still do his grab flux though. Eat ourselves a bit. We should be fine now. Oh, it's raining blood. How nice. I think we can probably dot. Reslow as well. I guess we should re-encap too. Oh. You can just beat him down on offense. What we got today? Crimson Robe of Alandine, isn't this? This is awful. Just absolutely awful. Bloodfire? That's actually alright for a pet. Not right now, but because our pet isn't high enough level. But that is an alright excitation for our pet at some point. Maybe in the future. I think this is completely useless. Yeah. Auto sell that. Merge that. Auto sell that. We've already got one of these. I think. Yeah. And we'll take this. Do I want to do anything with this nightmare height? I guess I'll put it in here. We can keep it. Right, I'm gonna go and check out Mistmoore, I guess, briefly. The remake, the redesign of the zone doesn't seem to be like that extensive or anything. I'll just go and have a little look around. Need to hop over to Greater Fate, go through Lesser Fate to Mistmoore. Mistmoore's a lovely vampire mansion. Oh, we actually found our way into here. Great work. This is like fairly low level. Apparently they didn't add any NPCs here. They just added to drop tables. So we'll just slaughter everything. Change my title quickly. I can float into the castle if we want to, but I think we just may as well run in and see what else they've changed. I guess you could argue we're farming faction here. I guess it's that. Has resistance to magic on it. I guess we'll store these. Been a little while since I've been here. Thank you so much, Narcos. 20 months! Thank you for being here, man. I really appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you, Narco. That's so kind of you. That's so kind of you. Thank you, man. think this is for Shaman Epic or something. It's for an epic. I don't think we should kill that. Probably. Be on some weird action. How are you, guys? He's a renegade shadow man. Ah, yeah, he's on Temple of Somerset Row. Doing alright so far. Lovely. I think there's a name mob that spawns up here. This one's green. Big, huge XP. It's a range slot, isn't it? Oh, no. Never mind, it is not. Certainly do not need that. Maybe we should go down here first. That's up to the mansion. What are you up to today, Narcos? I think there was like a shaman epic thing up here somewhere. Some kind of... I remember doing some kind of shaman epic thing up here. A wolf or something. I think you got boots. Boots that had Spirit of Wolf here. Bronze breastplate. Ah. This is the name mob up here. This is Visage of the Gargoyle. I think that's better than this, isn't it? Maybe not. Getting your laptop back today? I certainly hope so. Must be very annoying trying to operate without that thing. I guess we never hunted anywhere where you could get bronze armor on the way up. I would be the first to admit I do not remember the layout of this very well. I remember how to get to bits and pieces. Let's do the bottom first. Thick caustic fluid. Thick caustic fluid. What's this for? Tuna Warden. Ah, it's the cleric quest. The tuna. A root clicky. Trying to remember the various drops from here. Mistmoore was never really my favourite. I think stuff comes from these guys, right? What's Dark Cauldron for? Breastplate of Roe. Seems to be unable to melee her at the moment. Butler definitely drops something or other. Hooded Black Cloak, is this? No. Hooded Black Cloak is on the hooded something or other. The Midnight Mist. The maid spawns just down here. Jade Reef. The Mistmoore drums, right? Don't you know if we need these? I guess we'll just take them. I don't know if we have better percussion at this point or not. Power of Wind. Power of Wind, I think, is Mage Epic. Don't really need that. That just cuts through into there, right? It goes around to the same place. It goes down to the butler and the maid. I think that's it on this floor. Or in this section. There's like an outside bit here or something. Follow this around. I think we can get outside. That's a little section with a bunch of names. Demonologist. This is I know this one drops the new vampirism item thing for Shadow Knights and Necromancers. So we got talked about quite a lot. Probably a rare drop. Blood wine. Oh damn. Go. That can go. Cloak Dampier. This is the hooded black cloak mob. That new arrow. Blood of the Dampire. Extended regeneration. We can store those. I don't think we need that. We have 3 names out there. And then I think we need to go upstairs. Oh wait, we haven't been up there, have we? Darn gargoyles. Takes up to the 2nd floor. Don't worry about that for a second. I think we did aggro 8 gargoyle though. I think this ended up like being made into a zone somewhere else or something. I don't remember. Guess there's nothing in here for now. You thought you encountered a notorious monster in Wiz. Ah, yeah, of course, the music. No, this is the regular battle music. I don't know where Avenging Caitiff spawns. I think he's around here somewhere as well. Avenging Caitiff is a little known, very rare mob who dropped, I think, Crested Spolders, which were classic, best in slot. This is the tower outside. Ah, there we go. think there's anything else up here. So I'm misremembering. Doesn't look like they've added anything there either. Avenging Caitiff here. This guy used to be a real pain in the ass to try to find. Oh, the crested smolders. We don't really need those. Imbued granite is a thing, but before imbued granite, these were like really, really good droppable shoulders. Super rare as well. Where have I not been yet? Oh, this is Darkforge guy. Don't think we have any real need to kill that. No, the door's too powerful. This is the Zakosel room. This guy drops the hilt for Soulfire. What is it? What is it, Breadstick? Give a surprise. I clicked on it and I couldn't see what I was looking at. Yeah, I've already done Soulfire, Aranaf. I was just saying that Zakotl here is for Soulfire. 1,000 whole res. What? Oh, I see. He's got 1,000 res. Right. Interesting. I don't really remember this part of Mistmoore. Everything after Zakotl. Yeah, I've seen a few people say it's probably Elise. Library is right up here, I think, right? This is the other side of the library? Oh yeah, there. Like, gang. Veil of Silence, minus 24 mana, 10 strength. Interesting. Our mask is pretty dog. I don't know if we would use this over it. Probably not. It's fairly dog. Our mask is fairly dog. Princess. I think we've been through basically the whole castle at this point. I think this is the last real room. Mana press 1. It's alright. I remember vividly how much of a terror this place was. Like trying to do this, like the inside of the mansion in this place at actual meaningful levels on a real server. Just so many mobs everywhere, aggroing from everywhere. You walk 3 steps down a corridor and suddenly you have 5 gargoyles on you. Good times. Oop. I think it's what Narkai said, to be honest. It's the same as the last collab. They didn't run any legendary stuff until after the collab was over. Which I think is, by and large, kind of pretty respectful to both the collab and to the consumer. Yeah, that just connects up and round, right? So anything we actually want in here, I think, is from Princess. He drops a fist weapon, which has like a life drain on it, life tap on it. Honestly, this is not a particularly exciting revamp. I was expecting a little bit more. I don't know why I was expecting exactly, but I was expecting a little bit more. They haven't really added anything, like any new mobs. slightly modified a couple of the loot tables. They changed it a little bit so that at night you get like slightly different spawns, but in most cases it doesn't even change the drop table. It's a very revamp. I'm not sure if we would even use this. It's like a 40-point life tap, which, I mean, it's not nothing. I think there are a lot of times where laceration is better, but laceration also resists an awful lot because it has no resistance modifier on it. I assume that the life tap probably has a massive resistance modifier on it because most life taps do. This is useful when it procs. When it lands, sorry. It is quite a bit of effective damage against anything that can heal. Halloween easy. Mate, the bot, it's August. Come on, man. Keep it in your pants. The Halloween skin, the Halloween altar last year in Wizardry was Red Spinner Asher, and that skin's actually awesome. So I hope they do something new, like monster related. This year, that would be sweet. I'd love it if every Halloween they did like a monster version. But I don't know how many. I mean, Succubi, like, Succubus is like an absolute slam dunk, right? Like, doing a Succubus something. Is it considered October? Yeah, it's in October. Is a date in October considered October? That's what you're asking, basically. I don't know, you guys. What do you think? Once you get to the last few days of a month, like, surely you should just start calling it by the next month. It'll be easier. I'd love to see that. No, because I'd love to see that, but I'm not I'm not sure it would work. I think a Scorpion Lady might be a little large. I don't know what other things, like Vampire and Succubus would be really easy to do. Like Vampire, Adam, or I don't know, I'm trying to think of a general adventurer that would fit. Like Yarmil or something. What other, like, kind of humanoid-y enemies are there? Minotaur, maybe. Probably a bit big. You'd have to be a really huge character. Undead Skeleton. Yeah, maybe. That would be cool, Narcos, but yeah, I don't know whether that would fit their vision. Like, Red Spinner was obviously probably the easiest one to make. What other monsters are there that are like vaguely humanoid? That are like humanoid sized? I'm really struggling to think of any. Oh, there we go. Charista's Fangs. Life Bite. Lizardmen. Yeah, maybe they could do that. Maybe. They are kind of like Sahagin and Lizardmen are kind of like that sort of size. Yeah, there aren't really that many. I'd love to see Lizardman or Sahagin. It'd be sweet as a race, but I don't know if they'll ever do it. Just not pretty girls and boys, are they? A slime humanoid. What else can you do? It's like, yeah, you can maybe do Banshee. Maybe do the Sandman? Cyclops? It might be a little large. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it would be fine. It's just that the only skin that they've done so far is obviously something that is correctly sized. So I don't know how. Maybe they won't even make more Halloween skins like that. Who knows? Garopa's a Bigfoot child. Oh boy. Could probably do the weird warped one-y things in what are they called, like stone folk. In Abyss 4, maybe. Alright, what are we doing with this? This is a 42-point proc. Yeah, it does have a massive resist mod on it. I guess we're going to use this in here. The problem is with Laceration. I like Laceration as a proc. It's a lot of effective damage when it lands against anything that heals, but the problem is... Oh, what have I done? The problem is it has no resist mod on it. So this doesn't land really against anything that has any kind of saves. I don't think we'd use this as an item, right? Nah. Right, let's bounce. Mistmoore was really underwhelming. Yeah, honestly very disappointing. Cyril likes his RNG. I don't even know why I have this. We wouldn't use this, right? Maybe we would. Maybe this is better than this. Like, very marginally. Charisma isn't doing anything for us, is it? The state of our mask. What's our HP look like after this? Nah, we lose HP. From the stamina. Get out of here. There's so much junk in here. What else we can get rid of here? Don't need that. Probably don't need this. Have no saves on them, do they? Oh, they do have saves on them. I don't think we need these. I see we have auto loot on these, I guess. Fix that in a second. Definitely don't need that. Reeves. No, we don't need those. Don't think we really need this. We're ever going to play a cleric. Brewer's mesh. We better have a look at that. Lighted sleeves. Those. Yeah, that's a little bit cleaner. Action. Filters. Indigo lights. Why would you be on auto store? And brewer. Even really need one of these. that sorted out. What am I doing with this blood wine? Am I putting that in storage? That seems kind of silly. We have a bunch of junk in there already. Eulalia is Morgus. Eulalia is Morgus. On Earth? Why Eulalia? Okay, that is our raids done. We are spent. Why not Eulalia? I mean, I guess. Sure. Right, let me get swapped over. I would like to think that the EQ Legends team will actually make some good content as they go forward. I am slightly concerned that it's not really going to go anywhere. Hopefully they follow their roadmap and whatnot. To where? To where what? Swapping over to where? GBF, if that's what you're talking about. We have relic shards to farm. Granblue Fantasy. Granblue Fantasy. We have not that much left to farm here. We have the Earth M3s later when it comes up. The bonus chests. We still need the Anima for Origin classes. Other than that, we are just now looking for specific relic shards. We need Harp and Gun, and we will get those by running Nightmare thingy. So everyone just finishing. Doing a little bit of safe on phone. It's on here, right? I think. No, not on there. It's on special quests. I lost it. Angel Halo. Oh, it's up here. Dimension Halo, that's what we're looking for. Right. Probably clear it with this. So we need more harps than guns. I want to put Neon in the team with Tien, and that way we will get. Oh, actually, we need less harps than guns. Either way, we have a better chance of getting drops, because it'll be split between them. But obviously, we'll have Tien's loot. Tien's bonus loot. Oh, I don't need to replace you. Foolhardy. We need Neon. I haven't sorted out Neon's gear and overmastery and stuff yet. We will try to do this. Wait, am I changing the wrong thing? Shit. Change that back before I forget. Bodies. Back onto this one. Do weapon. Get this out of here. Put on the Vern staff. Manazura. Mimic. I'm assuming that we actually have enough damage to clear this when I've swapped over like this. I don't know if that's true. Yeah, we'll see if we can clear this. I doubt we can auto it. We probably need to turn on Percival's attack. Ah, no, we don't have anywhere near enough damage. Okay. We're probably going to have to use the main summon at the very least. Try again like this. Oh, shit. Try with just Percival's ability on. Oh, we can do it just like this. That doesn't kill. Quite close. Probably need to change some stuff back. I don't think this actually really makes a difference, does it? We should probably run a different class. We're not actually putting up thingy. Unless we do one button, I guess. It's a lot of hassle to swap around. Oh god, it's not really gonna be a great test. We will definitely kill it with those abilities used. Oh nice, okay, that kills. I guess we'll change back to Mini Mimic. Because I don't think this is doing anything for us. What little it matters. Oh, tits. Oh, that didn't kill. Shit. Did we high roll, or is the mana turret doing something for us that I didn't realise? I don't think we have any crests. This shouldn't be doing any damage. It shouldn't be adding any damage. Probably just the difference in whether we double or triple or whatever. Might just need to change MC's class. Oh, damn it. Yeah, it's like a little bit off. And it's dependent on our double attack, triple attack. So we probably need to swap MC into something else. Do Viking or Relic Buster. Either is fine. Fortunately, we don't have Fighter Origin yet. Viking seems reasonable. Oh, whoops. Do that every time. Any guesses for tomorrow? Everyone seems to think it's Elise or Viviana. How about you? Hit the ears, so an elf. Could be Girl of Summer. What? Why did it show me that? What the hell? um. Be putting in here another mortality bow. I think we do have spares, right? Well, we already had our summer legendary. So I'm not super shocked. They don't generally run new legendary stuff either when the collab's going on. They didn't with the last Blade and Bastard. So I guess there might be something to do with that too. You don't believe Lana was? She seemed to be, but I don't know. I see, I see. You think you're gonna get your nipple pierced? Cool. Yeah, crack on, man. You do you. Yeah, I think that's fine. West. Raid. No. Special. Right, hopefully this one shots it. Ah, tits. I mean, it will definitely one shot it now. Turn everything off here. I guess we could leave that on. I think it's fine. Just wanna smack up. Fuck's sake. And then we should just be able to back go this. Hey, Luzin! Oh, I didn't think about this. Of course, there's the chance that we can get the relic weapons as well, right? I have to keep an eye on that on my phone. So that will not back go. Hello, what's up? Hi. What's going on? I know. Alright, my love. You take care. Love you. Hi, son. We need filter series relics, I think. Filter series relics. We did indeed get a silver heart relic. These just break down for 5 each, don't they? I think. We need the raw shards. We don't need the actual things. What would you want the next Wiz class to be? I don't think it actually makes any kind of difference to me whatsoever, Everyone. I'm not going to use it either way. Eineke's class change. What other people want? Monk, bard, anything. Got to a wall. Which wall did you hit? Beginning Abyss, the floor with the weird ass ceiling of flying walls. Final Fantasy collab, you got to the Shadow Lord. Oh, nice. Great progress. It will be floor 7, probably. Weird ass ceiling of flying walls. Oh no, maybe that is floor 6. Yeah, floor 6. That is floor 6. Yeah, floor 6, 7. You guys got it. Oh, we didn't kill. How odd. What is stopping you on floor 6? Yeah, if you kill the undead there, they can drop junk, which gives you undead weapons. Ah, got you. If you haven't started upgrading your gear yet, you might want to be upgrading your gear to +4. It gives you quite a few extra defensive stats. Right, he can't right now. Later on. Hefty buck to revive your units, yeah. I'm a stand user. What do you mean by that? Oh, stands are the JJ thing, aren't they? I don't really know what that means. Yeah, defending is a very powerful thing you can do in the game. If you can get relic weapons, they will absolutely destroy that shit. Probably make my relic weapons tomorrow. Yeah, Wizardry tomorrow. And our mirror dungeon in Limbus, if we have time. I finished my trait bombate grind. Nice. The whole trait bombate thing is kind of broken. I don't think they ever really intended it to be the way that it is. Oh yeah, there's no point in testing anything in that realm, Citizen. It's already all been explored like 1,000,000 times over. It just doesn't make any sense. There's no rhyme or reason to it. I don't know. Yeah, it just doesn't. It's all fucking weird. Just don't worry about it. Just get it done and don't look back. Don't try to understand it. It's too dangerous. Occasionally we don't triple attack enough. That's okay. Yeah, it's good stuff. I'm just glad you're done with it. I made a lot of those trait bomb mates, just testing things and trying to figure out the various mechanics behind it. It's just an absolute mess. They've changed it since then as well. Probably not for the better. Sounds like big cope to me. Big cope. Any strong GBF that help out? Jacaro's unparalleled foe. He's been at it for 30 minutes. Sure. Hold on. Oh my god, it's still so high though. Like, why are we killing these? What's the point? They take so long. We've already killed one. I don't really want to spend a load of time like hitting this. It takes so long to kill them. They give crystals, yeah, but like, yeah. I don't know, man. Some things are not really worth in my eyes. Yeah, I mean, it's one pull, you know. They take so long to kill. If it's still going once I'm done with shard grinding, then I will go and have a look. Yeah, only your crew can help. The things people do for a pull. Yeah, it's pretty great that you can farm honor there. It's something to probably keep in mind for next time. Like, you can farm so much honor on those things because they have so much HP and they don't really seem to do anything. It's very stamina efficient as well. Maybe that's the play in the future. You wait until the Notorious. No. Unparalleled. Wrong game. Show up. Will you actually do your Dread Barrage? Doing honor, only you can do 2 5 stars and then unparalleled. I think it is, and then do that twice a day. You want all the badges, yeah. Hello, penguins. How are you, sir? We have 3 silver heart relics that we can break down in a second. 4 silver heart relics. They're multiplying. Sorry to hear that, mate. I hope you had a nice hump. Oh, never mind. We have a gun. Any news on the reverse 1999 umbrellas? I don't think they're ever going to remake the really cool ones. One of the coolest merch items I've ever seen, but yeah, way too late to the party on that one. They still make the non-cool ones. Not me. Neon's pretty close to done. We have found another relic. We're at 300 gun shards. We need 360. Oh, we got a harp. Okay, so harp's done. I wonder if Willness kills this better than her, more consistently than her. Oh. I think it is more consistent. But unfortunately still not 100%. We don't actually need to get all of these as well. It's kind of worth noting. Because the last 100 of these are for, for Ranger Origin. Today isn't even out yet, so maybe we stop at 320. And we can just buy shards from the shop over the next couple of months. Or maybe we go to 340 and buy them next month. Wonder if we swap Michael for Frau, it becomes consistent. It puts a massive shit. There's a massive skill damage modifier on Wilness's Neek. That seemed to have done the trick. Yeah, we'll go to 340. See Fox, time to watch the English dub of episode 13 of ReZero. Is there a reason he should do that? Like, because just telling him to watch that... Should he be looking out for a particular scene? Congrats, Toshri. Oh, like of the new series, I guess you're talking about. Only a PM fan would understand the English stuff, I see. We need 2 more. Oh no, 1 more. Then we'll buy the silver gun shards next month. And that will get us there for that. Cool. Right now I need to sort out the other stuff here. We need to make the relics, right? It's been a hot second. I need to make the relics out of these green ones. Wind ones. Sure. Revenant weapons. Harp. Wind. What's the quickest way to do this? No, not that. Weapon upgrade? No, weapon series, isn't it? Weapon series. Neither of those. Weapon series. No, not that. God, this is so grim. I hate this so much. We have all of the harps we need, right? We just need to level them up. No, 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 not Ruby. Then we back. Yeah, that's the simplest way to do it. Forge, upgrade. Back. Done. Okay. Drop. Revenant. 9-realm harp. Wind, forge, upgrade. Wait, that's not maxed. Sashes. Let me. Okay. Inventory. Unload. I think we've got enough, haven't we? I don't think that's the issue. I think they're just ordered in a bad way. Hit shot. Revenant. 9 Realm Harp. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Back. Stashes. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Fuck. Back. Back. Forge. Stashes. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Back. All stashes. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Someone tell me this is a good system. I dare you. I double dare you. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Eternal Transcendence. Nick. Weapon. Get a mass version of this soonish. That's great. That's just super. Back. Back. Forge. All stashes. Forge. Upgrade. Oh, we didn't do wind. That'll trip me up in a second. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Weapons. That's because it is a SSH remix of the Windows theme. So they obviously did a good job. Back. Back. All stashes. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Upgrade. Back. Back. Forge. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Back. Forge. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Back. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Back. Let's check how many we've got. What category is it under? I thought it was under relics. Replicas? No. Oh, of course they're going to be in our blah, 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 blah. They're going to be in our crate series relics. Eternals, why? 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12. 13 there. Okay. Wind. Forged. Weapons. Back. Forge. 14. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. 15. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. 16. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. Okay. 17. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. Okay. 18. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. Okay. 19. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. Okay. 20. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. Okay. 21. Forge. Upgrade. Forge. 22. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. 23. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. 24. No, that's not it. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. 25. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. This is fucking diabolical. The hell is wrong with the developers of this game? Yeah, it's still probably better than blacksmithing. Benny managed to get through base for 6. Nice! Congrats! Back. I've actually lost count. 25 or 26. How many were we at? We got 20 there. We got 25. Okay, we're on 26. Forge. 26. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. 27. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. 28. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. 29. We have to do TN in a second as well. Wind. Forge. Upgrade. Back. Forge. Okay. I think that is all of them. Characters. Neon. Uncap. A treasure trade. Yes. Okay, we did it. Holy moly. Alright, Neil, what you got to say for yourself? It's morning when Neon awakes. The melody, or one she has never heard in the waking world, lingers in her ears. She finds herself reflecting on what she experienced in her sleep. In making 30 fucking rusted weapons. Picking up the 9-realm harp, she begins to strum with a purpose. A little while later, the captain finds Neon playing her harp in the lobby. When the harpist plucks away, the captain realizes Neon isn't performing any particular song. The melody that's ingrained. As she speaks, her fingers slide from one note to the next. You got it, Neon.
全てを昔のものに戻せば奏者としてなのか十天衆としてなのかなぜこの旋律を求めるのかはどうしてもたどり着かなければいけない気がしていいありがとう
Captain agrees to join Neon in satisfying her relentless curiosity. Together, they prepare to modify her harp. I love modifying Neon's harp. Mega Anima. Oh god, I guess we'll have to farm that. Have to farm a bunch of raw Mega for Neon. Okay. Now we have to repeat the same thing for TN. Uncap. Yeah, okay. Shop. Weapon series, Revenant weapons. Eternal Gun. An extra. Fire is the default here, so that makes this kind of easier. One less click per forge upgrade. Back forge. It's 2. Forge upgrade. Back. Forge 3. Forge upgrade. Back. Forge 4. Forge upgrade. Back. Forge 5. Forge upgrade. It's splendid gameplay indeed. Upgrade. Back. Forge 6. Upgrade. Back. Forge 7. Forge upgrade. It'll upgrade at the same time instead of just taking you to the next stage. Okay, I'll have a look at that in a second. Oh. Like too many things. Oh no. Oh no. Upgrade to element change. Ah, yeah, this is better, I think. Yes, it's upgrading at the same time. Oh, that's actually so much better. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it upgrades it as well. Thank Christ. Yeah, that's so much quicker. $11. 12. 13. 'Fire orbs. We're missing fire orbs. Shit. Okay. That's not great. That's not great for us at all. Cut off in our prime by fire orb shortage. We're gonna have to farm fire orbs, aren't we? We can buy some from somewhere. Starleap has been on Steam, yeah, for a while. Oh, it probably exchanged 10 of them. Maybe it's okay. I have lost track of how many that we've made, though, which is the only downside of that. Three in there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13. So we had 16. $17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. Yeah. Don't know if there's anywhere else we can buy these in the shop. Let me have a look. Otherwise, we are on a fire orb crusade. From Angel Halo. Got from Angel Halo. It's probably our best bet for it. Yep, okay. Let's go do that then. We're gonna need a lot of these as well because we need to make revenant weapons unless I wanted to brick the fragments. But it's a bit of a waste. We're gonna need a hell of a lot of these, aren't we? My prisms are fine. My prisms are all good, but thank you. I always buy some prisms at the beginning of the month. Uncap Omega Weapons of Officer, yeah, that doesn't matter. But just seraphic weapons. Actually, that might matter. Not right now. Seraphic weapons, no. Rusted weapon element. Is rusted weapon element. We don't need to do that, right? No, we do need to do that. We need to do that. What? We need to do that, what? 11 times? 10 times? That'd be 2,500. That's however many of these. 2,500. Working on other ones. Nah, this is it for me. No more Eternals after this. Never again. Disgusting creatures. Angel Halo really better than the specific elemental treasure quests? Seems wild. Wooden. Is it just because you get so many of them? Because we're going to get all sorts of low orbs from Angel Halo, aren't we? We're not going to get the right orbs. The party. I'll have a look. But yeah. Okay. This first then. Angel Halo. Angel Halo's 0 to 8, yeah. Angel Halo's a real pain in the ass, though. We can't really back go that, can we? Okay, hold on. No, not that. Special. Uncap? Is this it? Yeah, fire. This is waves as well. I guess that isn't really any better. Unless we get a lot more payoff here. Oh, we needed something to do for the next 4 hours anyway. I guess that's fire orb farming. Yeah, so that's two. Yeah, that's just not worth, is it? Because like, if you're doing Angel Halo, then at least you're getting procs of Nightmare in case you ever actually want that shit. Four hours of what fire off on it. That's where we're at, mate. That is where we're at. Fire off farming a treadmill by the looks of things. Praying. Oh, I'll be fine. Gotta make that Necromancer earn its worth. Yeah, this is way better than the Fire Trial. I don't know if this is quicker. Probably. So they don't mess up the cadence of it, then it will be slower. I'll probably just let it play out on the treadmill. That seems more reasonable. Oh. Right, be right back a second. And I will come and walk myself. Back in a moment. Hello, duckers! Anyone ready for some critical fire orb farming? Fire up, fire up. Oh, babe, we got 5 fire orbs there. I'm back. I'm afraid so. Just when you thought things couldn't get any worse, here we are. Fire Orb Merchant is back, yeah. Yeah, we do have Record of the 10 in 2 days, I think, right? Okay. We got some bonus loot there. We bonus some fire orbs. So we need 1,250 guns. 1,250 orbs for Tien's final silver guns. Ruby relics. And then we need 2,500? No, more. 3,500 for Radiance and Transcendence. So we need what? 4,750 fire orbs. Seems like a reasonable amount to get. Hello, Dragero! Did you did you finish farming your whatever it was? The oh, I always want to call it Notorious Monster from Wizardry, but that's not what it is. Unparalleled foe. Too many game terms. Certainly time consuming. Hard on the old clock. Hey, hold on a second. We're in Angel Halo. Fuck. I must have clicked yes. Oops. No. No. Now, hold on a second. This is the only problem with Angel Halo. Very easy for me to get distracted and just click yes on the pro. Nice, Chikero. Awesome, man.
Yeah, there's no way I'll be going for that scamcher. That's not tempting. Third. Nick, I just did neon. Wonder why our fire orbs were so specifically low. We had easily enough wind orbs. Oh. What can you do? Except farm fire orbs. You had low fire orbs as well. Think about Ellie, yeah, probably. Yeah, fire. I even tried to spread that out where I could, but I guess it wasn't enough. You can exchange the orbs, yeah, I already did. I'm gonna need to do... I need to probably exchange wind orbs as well. I guess if we're farming these, it won't matter. Farm 50 hexacrystals today, nice! Oh shit, what am I doing? Were you just joining randoms, Sensing? You were able to carry through randoms, that's very impressive. Damn! You're a beast, sir. Get carried? I'm shocked, like the amount of people that I've found who can actually carry in that. Yeah, that's about what I'm doing. My success rate on it is very low though. Survive through taking a support summon every time. Yeah? They're doing the practice ones. How do you know the difference in random between a normal one and a practice one? They all look the same to me. Oh, they have practice tag on it, do they? I don't think I've even noticed that that's a thing. Well, I should definitely pay attention to that. Oh, so you're not... Sorry, that was why I was asking, Sensei. This must be on the Finder, right? Itself. You're not just joining randoms. Yeah, now I'm with you. Now I understand. Joining randoms on raids, just clicking through raids. Do not do that. Well, this is what I'm saying, dude. Like, I'm doing that just because it's easy for me to do. I don't have time to mess around with the co-op rooms, so I'm just kind of half idle on them. But yeah, we've killed a few of them. Our success rate is growing on it. It's very dependent on how many people are with it at the end. But yeah, it happens. Does it kill you on entry? No, only if you're at 40%, only if it's at 40% or lower. Get a cut for you? Absolutely not. I'm fine with fire orbs, mate. I need to not be distracted. Doing randoms in cup. Yeah, I know. I understand. I know that, Sensei, mate. I can't explain anymore. Please stop making me repeat myself, dude. They are indeed. You just need to have about four or so people who make it through the pearls. The success rate is not very high, but I'm also idle for most of it. Basically up until 40% I'm just idle. Which I wouldn't want to do to a pre-organised co-op. Oh fuck. It's the second wave. I should tap back. It's better. What Angel Halo is this? This is Angel Halo Hard. Hi Edie. Tapping back is actually quicker on these waves. But it will be very, very monotonous. I unlocked 2 more Eternals. Down to my last one. Congrats! You're a beast, dude. I can't get behind your way of thinking, man. I just quit. If you know you're gonna quit, just quit. It's not good to play into compulsive behaviour like that. Especially if you're not having a good time. It's a matter of principle, okay. You got it, brother. I hope you have a blast, man. Out of curiosity, are you hosting the Super Duper Ultimate Bahamut Daily? No. It is a hard raid, yeah. Officially split, but you like it? I've heard mixed reviews. Well, I'm glad some people enjoy it. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to set up. I should put neon in my back row. So we're going to be doing this a lot of times. XP is XP. I think we have someone else to level as well. Now that I'm thinking about it. Who the hell is this guy? True. True. I have no idea who he is. But he needs XP. Hey, campaign exclusive quest is up. I get fire orbs. Forgot about that. Let's not get fire orbs. That's wishful thinking. We need to do that though. Hell yeah, Nick. It does, I say. Genius. Oh, you can do it on that. No, you can't. No, you can't. I was gonna say, that'd be a great hack. Eternals, yeah, they do. Kind of need to wait for Tales of, or whatever they do with it now. They rerun Tales of, I don't know if they will. No idea. Bit of code. Nice. Does it have 3,000 flame orbs attached to it? Fire orbs. Ah, thanks, man. It's really kind of you. Really, really nice of you. Thanks, man. Oh, guess that was kind of convenient. After 115 all Eternals, I hope we never get more Eternal content. Yeah, I don't blame you. The more I see how my friends struggle, I recall how, yeah, it actually was. Yeah, Eternals are shit. I talk about this constantly. People are sick of hearing of it, but Eternals are a really fucking trash, really trash system, which were probably fine back in the day if you were following along as they released. But even with all the quality of life, modern day, the Eternals suck. Like, they really, 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 really suck. One of the worst systems, if not the worst system I've seen in a gacha for a new player to try to approach. It is not fine. Speaking from the perspective of a new player who's probably more patient than most, is absolutely not fine. It is disgustingly bad. I've seen a bunch of people quit over the Eternals. I've seen a bunch of people just ignore the Eternals existing because they can't be bothered with it. That's not a good system. Especially not one that's so important. It's because everything's there now. That's the issue. Like, it's all there to be done. It's such a wall. It's a mountain. Hi, Velmo. How you doing? It's completely overwhelming. It's an absolutely terrible system. It needs to be streamlined so much more than it already has been. Not be able to even get all the Eternal. Again, I'm not arguing that it's easier now than it used to be. Sorry, that it's harder now than it used to be. I'm saying it's still shit now. Just because something was shitter in the past does not make it not shit now. Living 6 months without your computer is so miserable. Oh man, that's so awful, dude. I hope you're getting on okay. No, it's not pointless at all. The units are great, but like the system sucks. The system sucks donkey dick. There's no real two ways about it. It's awful. It's horrendous. It's the worst system I've ever played in a gacha. The fact that the rewards are so good, in a way, kind of makes it worse. Because it makes it feel like it's almost not really optional to do it, which is one of the things that really alienates new players. Does Cat Says 1 work? I don't know. I have barely used Cats. I don't have Catselia Uncapture. Indeed, Ase. You have to get so deep into the Eternals now as well. Back in the day, I'm sure the Eternals were decent as you were like leveling them up and whatnot because they were brought out procedurally. But now, a lot of the Eternals, they don't really do anything until they're transcended. And to transcend them, you have to unlock all the Eternals. Lots of guides and things are made by people who have been playing the game for a very long time. And they're all like, just use this Eternal. And it's like, okay. I would love to use that 150 Eternal, but... I hope you're having fun with it. Yeah, I hope you're having fun with it, Phoenix. There's a lot to like about this game. Thank you so much, Illusion. That's so kind of you to do that. Whoa, we got 3! The high roll. Thank you, man. I look bigger. Are you looking at me on vertical mobile, by any chance? Far Zero, I don't understand. I still don't understand it. I have no idea what's going on. I don't think I understand any of the Luciliuses. Just haven't really looked at them properly. Purchase your first 150 moon weapon? Feels so good to play. Wait, hold on. Didn't you say you just started playing? Didn't you say you just started playing 2 days ago? How have you got a gold moon weapon? That's wild. What on earth? But congrats. Are there any guides? You probably just want to have a look at the wiki. Oh! I'm so sorry. I was like, I saw the same name. It's a bit difficult to read names when I'm on the treadmill. So you have the same color name with about the same length and the same badges. So I thought you were the same person. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, sorry, Johan. My bad. It's like, what the shit? Are there any good beginner guides? My recommendation would just be the GBF wiki, and on YouTube, DYDK's videos. Those are really beginner friendly, or about as beginner friendly as you're going to get in this game. So DYDK's YouTube, and just the GBF wiki in general. Pushing them all to the end of stage 2. You want to try and follow Sierra Kart's academy as much as you can. Phoenix, that's definitely where you want to be focusing all your efforts. Just whatever Sierra Kart's academy tells you to do, that's what you should be doing. It gives you huge upgrades. Which gold moon weapon did you buy, Johan? Do not stray from the path of Sierra. She is a woman far wiser than us. Higurashi, such a powerful one. I bet you're dominating with it. Yeah, super powerful. Yeah, it gives you like incredible defensive power while also being an offensive powerhouse. Very strong weapon. The transcend for Higurashi, yeah, it's crazy. Damn. Wild alone. Illusion. Weekly exchange for the collab. What, bones? That's nice. Bones, bones, get your bones. It'll be fun getting to use bones. Roll once the Anna comes along. Save as much as you can. The problem you might have doing that is you are going to need tags to upgrade your to up your adventurer levels. You need to get tags from dismissing adventurers unless you wait a long time for them. So you may have a bit of an issue there. Yeah, that's right. Those things. So the 20 to 30 tag thing I think is 1 tag per adventurer. 30 to 40 is 2 tags per adventurer. 40 to 50 is 4 tags per adventurer. You see where I'm going with this? I think Alusa might be holding out for a double legendary event on anniversary, which I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Are there one? Is there a double legendary event? We don't know. Yeah, your team is quite strong. You have a great starting setup. That's the main point of Adventurous Bones, yeah. Inherits usually. Or discipline for the base adventurers.
I don't want to die!
She doesn't want to die. So my Camille and Alice tank better than her. They're in the back row, so they have a huge defensive steroid for being in the back row unless they're being attacked by ranged weapons. When you're in the back row, anything trying to hit you with melee weapons suffers a huge accuracy and damage loss. So that's probably why they feel so much tankier, because they probably are. You're still at a stage where your gear, you haven't really got like personalized gear, you're just wearing whatever you've picked up. So it's always going to be a bit tough for the front rowers. Things hit quite hard. Don't forget you can defend with them. Very, very important. Tiana 150, no, she's 100. I'm working on Fire Orbs to transcend her right now. I have all the bits other than Fire Orbs to transcend her to 150. So close. And a boatload of XP.
Wet my blade.
It is, the 110 is brutal. The 110 is so utterly brutal. And then the 120 is another relevant revenant weapon. Element change revenant weapon, essentially. Where is Lana Avatar? On the top left of the screen? Middle, for if you're on vertical client. I have to have the two sources set up differently. Scenes, sorry, set up differently. If you turn your phone sideways on a horizontal, you'll get like a more default view. So you can see the comparison. Just figured out how to do bond mates. Gary's a perfectly good stopgap. Bond mate, be very aware that when you apply a bond mate to someone, it's really hard as a starting player to be able to get it back off again because you need amnesia in a sense. You will get loads of that way down the line, but early on it's a real pain to get a hold of. So just make sure you put it on someone that you want to keep it on. I think, doesn't Prish get some kind of evasion steroid thing, so you probably want to put it on her. Nah, it's definitely something that you should apply straight away. You need those stats. It's not an easy game. Put it on someone. You'll be able to fuck around with it later. Just put it on anyone. Anyone that's going to be affected by it. Any front rower. Unless you're planning on replacing them. Much better to use it than to hang on to it. Especially if you're planning on not pulling and that means you're not getting inherits and whatnot. You need all the stats you can get. Ah, yes, she counter-attacks when she evades. Yeah, put it on Parish. Oh, both do counter-attacks on evades. Do they? I thought Parish had a specific thing that makes a counter-attack on evade. Am I dreaming? Any Parish knowers out there? Okay, I'll look it up. Hold on. She has a counter attack. Ah, okay. So it's just counter attack, but it's oh, but that means it will stack with counter attack. So yeah, it's probably better on Prish, but it doesn't really matter. Either's fine. What's Prish's counter called? Oh, it's just called counter. Yeah, so this will stack with counter attack. Chance to counter attack when evading a single target close mid-range attack. Probability increased further based on skill level. Luck also affects probability. Yes, it's like a second counter attack. So she will counter attack more consistently. Since you can inherit regular counter attack onto her as well. So it doesn't really matter. But I guess on paper, Prish is slightly better to inherit, to one made it. Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much. I just put it on someone. Stats are stats where you are in the game right now. Nah, there's no need to worry about that right now. I mean, you can if you want to, but yeah, I wouldn't worry about that too much right now. That was the second fight. Illusion is not at the point in the game yet where he can get like reasonable evasion. He cannot get gear really yet. He's just going to be working with mostly white gear and trash greens. In purple and red. What? Where did these come from? Oh well. Whatever works. They're probably not the right stats anyway. Bronze Heavy Helmet 2-star? Bronze Heavy Gauntlets 3-star? What on earth? Sounds good. Round what chapter? So, around about chapter 100, the story gets kind of interesting. And then you get to about chapter 130, and there's a school arc. And I could not recommend that you skip that more. And the story doesn't really get good again until, like, the end of the story. Most of the story is a skip, I say. I don't know what else to say. Maybe after each recap, give it a try for a couple of chapters and see how you feel. Yeah, watch the recaps they do, and see if you feel enticed. Maybe so, Elisa, maybe so. You got ass out. See you later, brother. Thank you, Asso. Appreciate it. I've been farming the 8 demon pack on floor 5 for an hour today. Haven't got a single fragment. Box on paper for relics. Is the rates adjusted? Am I just unlucky? Are you getting the highest loot drops? Hassan. If you're getting the highest loot drops, then you're just getting unlucky. The Nintendo Abyss 4, it's not as simple as that. It's a case of account progression, and there's not a defined metric of it that we know of. It's a combination of various different points of account progression, grade, story progress, side story progress, maybe a bunch of other things that we don't actually understand. But if you're not getting 5 attestations every kill, then you're not on the highest loot. Well, not every kill, but when you get attestations. There'll be silver gear in your loot boxes. I know people who are on Abyss 4 but aren't copper grade, who aren't getting it. And I know people who are on Abyss 3 but are copper grade who aren't getting it. But I also know both sets that are getting it. So I don't know what the other factors are. But yeah, if you're not on the highest loot, you basically will not get fragments from chests. So you need to go and progress your story more. Progress your grade or your story or whatever more. Progress something or other. You've got my traders. Yeah, I think you'll be alright, mate. You'll be alright. They sure don't. It's all over. Oh no, Citizen. You're poor. My madman for trying to host every raid every day? Yes. That's like a one-way ticket to burnout. But if you can do it, you can do it. More power to you. We need to get better cestity for Prish. They don't seem to appear like other weapons. No, they don't. You can only get them in the collab. Yeah, you can also buy them from the shop there. You're really stuck. As you upgrade your grade, the shop's inventory should go up in terms of quality. I think. Nice, Citizen. Yeah, that's going to be a continued issue for you. For a little while. Yeah, you might want to just take a thief with you at the moment. Until you can make your MC a thief in Abyss 2. You might want to just have a thief with you. With a bow or something in your back line. Any thief will really do. if you don't need to heal at all, then yeah. Perfect. I suppose you've got Camille as well, don't you? Yeah, never mind. You'll be fine. Whichever of those is healing you better. Or is more useful for your farming. That sounds about right. Healer is quite good. The upside of Alice is really, in long term at least, it's just really buffs and debuffs. She's really good at buffs and debuffs. But you're probably going to find Camille a lot more useful than her, in general. Yeah, the stitch is removed tomorrow. Nice! Congrats! I hope your foot is feeling better. Sounds good. Indeed. Like, Philip's inherit is actually pretty good, but it's not really that, like, super duper duper important. Viviana's is kind of useless. Gina Bagash are way too good. Amelia is, like, the best inherit in the entire game. All of them are Aldrich, Arboris, Deborah. I guess the only one who isn't is Lenaria. But even she kind of is. to healer second class. Yeah, I mean, if she does get that, very powerful if she did. But a point was well made by Fame Wolf that both of the healers so far are good aligned, which isn't necessarily indicative that it's like a line locked, but it could be. It is healer after all. Viviana is probably the safest to use, more so than Beast Fit, I would say. It's because of a time limited. Throws into the pot as well. Nice. Yeah, I think any scrolls are going to be time limited because you're not going to be able to use them after the collab finishes. So if you do get any collab scrolls, you might as well use them. Zaid came home. No way! Congrats! That's so lucky. Congrats, man. He's great as well. The game knew. Milana. Milana's fine to use too. The biggest problem with Milana, and it isn't really that big of a problem, biggest problem with Milana is that she's actually a good character, but she's actually a really good character for a general adventurer, but she needs an evil person in front of her or behind her. Most people have a lot of trouble with that. But yeah, you could use Milana as well if it's just a stopgap. I'd probably use Milana. The other problem with Beast Fit is it's a beast folk. Beast folk have really low IQ, so they have really low detect. Sounds good, dude. You can do Dex as well. Dex helps with the disarm portion. IQ helps with detect, and dexterity helps with disarm. If those are the only things you're worried about for your thief, like, 'cause you know you're going to discard it later or whatever, and I'd advise one of those or both of those. Detect should be fine. So maybe dexterity. You can also do luck, and that's kind of a middle ground. It's kind of both, but not as good. How does the auto allocate button work? Don't use it. It doesn't. Don't use it. It just randomly allocates your shit evenly across all your stats. It's not what you want. Yep. You guys are right on the money. Nice, the bot. Congrats. Grand Order? No, this is Granblue. It is, yeah. Ah, Grand Order the boss. Ah, no, no. Oh. Fire orbs. We're getting there. Ah, did you go into IQ? Yeah, I mean she is only level 1, right? Yeah, that's too much. I mean, like, the detector will be useful later. Well, it won't really, because you'll probably be swapping her out. It's fine. Ah, it's all good. Don't worry, don't worry. She's only level 1. Yeah, as you can see, like, Thief detect is very high. Especially Elf Thief. Yeah, get a few levels down her. She should be fine. Oh yeah, we need to see Raw Omega as well. Forgot about that. Hey, Mythic Foot. How's it going, man? Yeah, not too bad, thanks. A little bit sweaty. My bathroom ceiling is caving in. Other than that, yeah, pretty good. to the casino gambler. Oh no. It's the dream, the bot. Well done. You're a powerhouse now. Yeah, moment of finality's great. I have moment of finality inherited on my front line and my MC. Incredible. Both of Rene's inherits are super good. Attack power, Mythic Foot. It deals untyped spell damage based off your attack power. Because you're so heroic, Cyril. Indeed, Mythic, yep. You can heal enemies now in Wiz. I think you can only do it with the potions from the collab. With the potions and high potions. I think. What relic shard after? I'm not actually... Oh god, what am I doing? I didn't even realise I was on Nightmare. Oh, I'm not actually after relic shards right now. I already did my relic shard farming. I am farming fire orbs. Karano. Only potion. Okay, okay. We are gated by fire orbs for Tien's full Transcendence. Good to know. Good to know, Jakari. Camille is quite good, yes. Camille is quite a good unit. Some might say the best unit. Yeah, man. I'm not exaggerating when I say, like, Camille makes the game extremely easy. He is... I don't know whether they designed healer. I'm going to assume that they did, because they've been pushing, like, to make the earlier abysses so much easier for people so they can get through them. So they can catch up, so newer players can catch up. I think they designed healer as a cheat code for the game, pretty much. Yeah, what Narco said. That's Lana Vale, Illusion. That's Lana Vale's passive. Lana Vale has two key passives. She has the passive that makes your whole row deal more damage if it's good or neutral. And the passive that heals you after each battle. She failed to detect 2 traps. What? She has so much detect. I guess she did need that much detect. You needed more. Is this in the collab by any chance? Maybe the collab's numbers are just way too high. They're not scaled properly. Ah, yes, the collab. I imagine the numbers are just not properly balanced at low levels for chess. My dragon scale enough? Yeah, I got tons of dragon scales. I have 6 bajillion white dragon scales from campaign exclusive quests. I was gonna see if I had my white dragon scales on here. I'll check. Our numbers are so stupid of some of these things. Yeah, we got 20,000 white dragon scales. We'll probably be alright. I don't want to transcend all of the Eternals. I just want to do... I've already done Seraphon. I just want to do Neon and Tien. I don't care about the others. Oh, whoops. Yeah, 25k dragon scales. He still ran out of small orbs and flawed prisms. Yeah, I have all of that shit. The only thing I'm missing is fire orbs, and the reason for that is stupid. It's because you know how fire is the default element? Yeah. Turns out that I've probably clicked a lot of element changes into fire without thinking about the fire orbs that it's using up. Sucks to suck. Basically doing 25,000 reps of campaign exclusive quests when the alchemy event was up, that really sorted me out for all of these mats. I have like 35k of each of the prisms. It's an absolutely stupid amount. Yeah, pretty much what Silka says. She got upset at you because you fucking turned into stone. And then you made her take damage by walking through the wrong door. Camille's just got a good heart. Alice is a god eater. Nah, I have it all mapped out once I'm there, I'm fine. I could do a 4th easily with what I have. I just didn't take into account fire orbs. I was planning on doing Seox as well, but like then we pulled an entire dark roster and I was like, nah, fuck that, I'm not doing Seox. Fuck Seox. I feel so stupid for running out of fire orbs because I could have exchanged some last month and even the month before. So easily. We have like 50,000 of the flame orbs or whatever they are, the bigger ones. Seox is a fucking loser, dude. The guy has a panic attack when he takes off his mask. I always exchange my pots every month. I don't bother exchanging berries ever, anywhere. Berries are a psyop. Soul berries are a psyop. Like, I have been actively farming for a week and had my berries go up. Like, I don't think they exist. I don't think they're real. I have like 4,000 soul bombs now that I can't even get to. You have 120k berries. I genuinely don't understand how people run out of berries. I've tried so hard at times to like run out of berries. I did the whole of the last Guild War on only berries. Then I farmed for like weeks on just berries. And I still got the lowest I got was 5k. And like, I really tried. And I was still farming with soul berries after that. But like, I wasn't farming so intently and they just went back up. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how people run out of berries. PSYOP. Government PSYOP. I'm calling it. 40k. And yeah, beyond the 5k berries that I had left, even at the lowest point, I still had something like 15,000 berries in soul bombs. Yeah, I buy all my pots. I don't even know if it's worth me buying pots anymore, to be honest. I will anyway. I think we're over the hump when it comes to really farming anything. Our last big farm is going to be Seophon. If they rerun Tails again, then of course we will farm the shit out of that. If they rerun Tails again. Yeah, pots are really just for Guild War after a certain point, it feels like. And I did the whole of the last Guild War on soul berries, so you don't even necessarily need to. Yeah, Tails is the ultimate like elixir destroyer. Nothing destroys elixir like back going on Tails. That I couldn't believe how fast my elixirs disappeared back going on Tails. I don't even want to do that after the last Tails, though. If they rerun Tails again, I'm going to be on the Militis boss 100% of the time. Militis boss is the one. I got almost 50 ranks from the last one. We didn't even grind it that hard. I had to stop to farm like specific stuff on Arcarum. It was absolutely insane. Like the rank points you get on Militus is so bonkers. XP as well, absolutely insane. Like Seaphon took me weeks to get from like 100 to 115 or something, and he was just a 150 in the blink of an eye on the Militus boss. Oh, why do I keep doing that? Yeah, we don't even know if there'll be another Tails event. We don't know if they'll ever rerun one, because they finished the last cycle, and obviously they have Solomonis now. So I'll have to wait and see if they have something new in mind for Tails. I sure hope they do, though. Hey, that's a bunch of tags, the bot. Don't knock it. We almost have enough for our TN now. I say almost, we need another 200 and something. 230. Hopefully that'll help. Oh, don't remind me about opening junk. Might have to do that tomorrow. I'm not sure. I'll see how I feel. I need to do this, well, next month's bounties as well. Maybe I'll do that instead. I hate showing off my junk, Narcos. I don't know, Citizen. Don't want to think about it. I don't know. I have no idea, Citizen. Wouldn't like to guess. Don't want to look. Hello, Alex. I'm fine, thank you. My day has been perfectly fine, thank you. How has your day been? Collab junk, it's a mix of some alabaster, some church grounds, collab, or some other shit. Putting it off for, don't know, like 4 months? Maybe longer? Yeah, plus 1 day. That is just a number that Narcos has pulled out of his ass. I have literally no idea. Absolutely no idea. Let's put ahead of the official center announcement. We have a minimum locks in. Love it. What day? We have a day yet? Any days? Sunday. Alright, thank you. Don't know, 4-star Medica robe. Medica robe? Oh, is that for healers? Medica robe? I hope you find one soon. I didn't know there was a healer robe. The more you know. Pretty good with the healer's gear, staff, hat, and robe. Is this Camille? Medica robe. Is it fairy gear? I didn't even know healers had their own set of gear. Materia Medica. Oh, okay. It just drops in the. Damn, I've never seen that ship. I didn't even know. Let's see MP and paralysis tolerance. Nice. Yeah, I genuinely didn't know that the Medica cave dropped like a robe and cap and other shit for healers. It might soak it. Who knows? Could be Narcos. Oh, why'd I do that? Right, I need to go back and check on the cats. The time is upon us. I'll be back in a second, guys. Hello, darling. Come on, up, come. Go. Go. Okay, now. Coming on here? No? Yeah? Not sure. It's a very confusing time to be a kitty cat. What's going on with Fort Drake? They are reworking it. Allegedly tomorrow. They are redesigning it. How? We don't know. My best guess is that they will probably be pushing it as a place that people can go to in Abyss 2 and Abyss 3 to get a good leg up in gear if they get stuck. Kind of like Alabaster is in Abyss 4. But that is mere speculation. Mere speculation. Oh, no, not that. Almost got me. So we can install Leaf any day now. Global. Any day now. Tien finally made, sorry, Neon finally made level 101. What a beast. Interesting. Interesting that I can back in these waves if I do it all from wave 1. But if I don't do wave 1 and I'm back on wave 2, it doesn't work. Something to do with the way that the original browser worked, I guess. Guild War Horde is the same way. Interesting. Yeah, it's really weird. I can't think of a reason that it would work like that, but I guess it's like, it's just the way the browser worked. I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I'll save campaign exclusive quest for after we've unlocked Fighter Origin. Hello, Shug. Shuggy. Sugar. Sugar. Yeah, weird. So strange. Thank you for the info there, One Bear. I wouldn't have known. Hey, Sugar, what's wrong with you? It's just like actual brain dead cats. Sugar, sugar, sugar. Oblivious. Cat sitting today for a friend today. They're all hiding in the cat den I made for them under a bench. Oh, bless. Cats are funny. I had to take Chili to the vet earlier for a checkup, and the other two I had to give flea treatment to earlier. They're all they're all not happy with me at the moment. Just over an hour's time, I believe the bonus chests are swapping over from wind to earth. That is the point where we can finally farm our Yggdrasil anima. That we've been waiting on for like 3 weeks. Should I have just farmed it earlier? Probably. Ba 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 ba. Special quest. No, we got away with it. That does seem quite good to see. I would not be in a hurry to replace that. That sounds... That's probably better than a lot of my chests are. And it's a light piece of gear, so it has dark resistance on it. That's great. I see. I'm not surprised you want to level that up. Ah, Evan's still light armor. I see, I see. Poor Gandolfo. Singled out. Exposed for all the world to see. Did you ever know that I had mine on you? Sucks the breach, yeah, I'm sure he does. I have absolutely no doubt of that at all. Oops. I fucked it. There has only ever been one Porto skill book that has been in, that has been free at least. It was in. Fuck, can't remember. Only 25 points. Also, I don't know what you mean. Sorry. 25 points in a point exchange? Maybe. I don't know which exchange it was, though. Can it remember? Skill book was only 25 XP. No, it was 100. One of the events had a Porto skill book. But I could not tell you which. I think it was a round Blade and Bastard collab. Maybe it was the Blade and Bastard collab. It wouldn't make a lot of sense though. It was somewhere around that area. You're gonna teach your mage, Porto. Which mage? Ah, it was El Dorado, yeah. No doubt. No doubt. Nice. Big LDR. Had to emergency shower one of my cats. Now it's back to farming chests in the collab. Emergency shower? What happened to your cat? The other cat threw up over him. Such graceful animals. Poor thing. I hate it when you just mind your own business and someone just yaks up all over you. I'm sure your cat appreciated that emergency shower. But they loved it. Really? Yeah. Cool cats. If I put my cat, any of my cats, anywhere near a shower, they would lose their fucking mind. Hello, Chili. How hard is Heavy Armor of Blood Rage going to be to acquire? I don't know what that is. So maybe quite hard? I made sure that they felt safe and comforted them during it and gave them a reward after. They always want to cuddle afterwards and be thankful. Then the summer due to be being cooler. And after today's session being clean. Nice. Heavy Armor of Blood Rage, is that a mob drop? If so, very. Oh, it's a gacha item. Yeah. No, it doesn't drop. It's a gacha item. Fuck indeed. Oh, we have enough for Tien. Go and sort her out a second. We do need more orbs, but come back to that. And circle back to that. Two. Three. Four. Five. It starts saving up more green rocks. He spent 70k green. Wow. Tien had attacked her fellow Eternals while under the influence of the 10-wolf gun. Captain was the one who broke the gun's spell. Things have since returned to normal following that incident. The captain and company are now shopping in a merchant town.
小麦と塩、在庫があって、これだけ買えれば当面は大丈夫だと思う。
確保できて何よりだぜ。商品、店のやつが後で気空艇に運び込んでくれるってよ。
助かりますね。たくさん買ったから私たちだけだと何度か往復しないといけませんでしたし。
急に買い出しをお願いしてごめんね団長。備蓄の計算が甘くて。他の島とのやり取りが少しずつ増えて、外から来る人の分食料の消費も増えたみたいなんだ。
星屑の街が賑やかになるならいいことじゃねえか。
そうですね。皆さんお店のこととかすっごく頑張ってますし。
うん、そうだね。このまま子供たちだけでやっていけるといいんだけど。
The captain glances at Tien, noticing the hint of gloom in her face. The captain remembers a conversation from a few days earlier.
エッセルさんを遊びに連れ出してほしいですか？
この間のことまだ気にしてるみたいで。この間の
Lively Jill.
ありゃ重老来のせいだろう。気にすることねえのにな。エッセルって責任感が強いというか、自分が悪いって思いがちだから。真面目はいいけど真面目すぎるとこあるもんな。そういう感じだから一度息抜きさせてあげたいんだけど、私たちがね遊びに行こうって誘っても、遊びに行った先でエッセルはお姉ちゃんしちゃうと思うの。
なるほど。それで私たちに。
団長さんたちも忙しいとは思うんだけど。
わかりました。エッセルさんの息抜きね。
問題はどうやって誘うかだよな。単に遊びに行こうぜって言っても遠慮しちまうかもしれないし。そこは任せておいて。団長さんたちに私たちから依頼を。
Thanks, Lively Jill. The plan concocted by the children of Stardust Town worked like a charm. Tien has been strolling with the crew for the better part of the day.
必要な買い出しは終わったし、しばらく商店街をブラブラな。
でも お店の人と行き違いになったりしないかな。みんなが商店街を見てくるなら私は先に帰って。
お店の人も小麦粉を倉庫から出してくるのに少し時間がかかるって言ってましたから、きっと大丈夫です。
I got the orbs I needed to put Tien, yeah, for this pot at least. I need more though. Just thought I might as well transcend her. We have the bits. Captain nods and walks off toward the town square before Tien has a chance to say anything else.
行きましょう、エッセルさん。
うん、わかった。
It's almost time for us to do our Earth M3 grind though. Lyra grabs Tien by her hand and pulls the reluctant Returnal after the captain. Proggers!
大きなハ
You're a huge ham, Lyra.
すごいね。何のお肉なんだろう。兄弟たちで分けたら何日分のご飯になるかな。ん ?B、見て、あそこ。
リンゴだ。ああ、もう B さんたら置いていかないでくださいよ。
B は本当にリンゴが大好きだ。
The captain treats Vern to an apple snack and asks Lyria and Tien if they'd like anything too.
私は喉もお腹も大丈夫。ありがとう、団長。
だったらもうちょっとお店を見てから喫茶店に行きませんか？お菓子もお茶も美味しくて、しかもおしゃれなお店があるって前にソンさんが教えてくれて、せっかくこの島に来たから行ってみたいなって思ってたんです。わ、いいな。こういうでっかい商店街がある島はうまい店多いもんな。
B、あんまり食べ過ぎるとお腹がはじけちゃうよ。
The captain jumps on Tien's teasing and immediately starts poking Vern's exposed belly.
やめろよ。B さんが喫茶店でも美味しいものが食べられるようにいろんなところを見て歩きましょ
The foursome visit various stores sprawled across the
う。
town.
おお、ここら辺は武器屋が並んでるな。
そうだ。帰ったらカトルに砥石を新調しなくても大丈夫か。
手入れって大事だもんな。お前も気をつけろよ。くんくん、なんだか
Hello.
いい匂いがします。
You okay? Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Pathetic.
あそこじゃないかな。チーズの焼き菓子。
Edie's beating me with a wrap of some kind.
美味し
He's
そう
beating me with a chili wrap.
でも
I said it was pathetic. It was pathetic in size. It wasn't girthy. Big. Tiny. As big as my hand. Pathetic size. Nah, I ain't give a fuck.
日持ちするみたいだし、買って帰って気空団のみんなへのお土産にするのもいいかもしれないね。
そうですね。カタリナに買っていってあげようかな。でも喫茶店にもお土産になるようなお菓子が売ってるかもしれないし。
Sounds good.
他にも店は山ほどあるし。
Yeah, sounds good, my
い
love.
ちいち買ってたら土産
Thank
で
you.
両手が塞がっちまう
Love you
ぜ。
too. Bye bye. Edie says bye. It's quiet. Yeah.
カタリナ、ルリアが一生懸命選んでくれたら。
この辺りは
布とか糸とかのお店が多いんですね。
Is there any reason to train past level 62 as a pre-secondary class? I think at 70 you get a thing when you're ambushed that gives you resistance or something. I don't know.
この店は
Possibly.
ボタンの専門店だってよ。いろんな形があるもんなんだな。
うん。ボタンかわいいのとかかっこいいのとかつけてあげたらみんな喜ぶかな。
そういや、星屑の町の連中の服ってエセルが作って
I
やって
don't
る
know
ん
if
だ
I
っけ。
call that a good reason. But yeah, it is a reason.
刺繍が可愛くって素敵ですよね。エッセルさん手先が器用ですごいです。
ありがとう。みんなで着古してるから少しでも着ていて楽しいようにと思うんだ。特に妹たちは可愛い服を着たいだろうから。
エッセルさん。
あ、ルリア見て。このお店ビーズを使ったアクセサリーも置いてるみたい。
わあ、腕輪とか髪飾りとかキラキラしててこっち
Hey,
も可愛
Nomad!
いです。
What's going on?
こっちの黄色いビーズの髪留めルリアに似合うんじゃないかな。明るく
Jen gathers several strands of Lyria's long locks together and keeps it in place with the hair ornament. The captain nods with approval.
お団子とかも似合うよ、ルリアは。特に暑い日とかは編み上げてみてもいいかも。
私、エッセルさんにはこっちの水色のリボンを使った髪留めが似合うと思います。
ん？
ね、どう思いますか？
The captain takes the ribbon from Lyria, ties it to Tien's hair. The captain steps back, admiring the Eternal's new look with Lyria. The captain then calls over a store clerk and is about to pay for the accessories picked out by the two girls.
あ、悪いよ団長。私の分は。
いいからもらっとけって。こいつが買いたいん
Thanks,
だよ。
man. Actually, this one's on you, mate. Captain shoots Vern a thumbs up. So fucking cringe. Finishes paying and then heads out. Hands out the accessories to Tien and Lyria.
ありがとうございます。
その団長、ルリア。
ごめんなさい。わいなしだぜ。
お、
エッセルさん。エッセルさんが私たちや星屑の町の皆さんのこと、でも同じように私たちだってエッセルさんのことを大切に思ってるんですよ。だからエッセルさんに綺麗なものとか美味しいものとか。
You got a Switch 2 yesterday. Cool. What are you playing on it, Nomad?
エッセルさんが商店街で自分以外
I
の
think
人の
it's just the
ためのものを
collab.
探してたみたいに。
Losing.
星屑の町の皆さんも言ってたじゃないですか。苦労や悲しいこと辛いこともだけど楽しいことや嬉しい。
ルリア、ありがとう。気を。
Tien thinks better of ending with an apology and trails off instead. The captain smiles and suggests they head to the coffee shop now. Great idea. Dancho.
エッセルさん、飲み物
still
だけでいいんですか？
大丈夫。
They were lucky to be seated as soon as they had arrived. After making their orders, Tien quietly shares her thoughts.
私、最初に団長のことを監視するために。
あれ、そういやそうだったっけ。十郎来の使い道をどうするかっていう話だったよな。
でも結局そう言っていた私自身が監視するだなんて思い上がりだったんだ。それがとても申し訳なくて。
おいおい、だからありゃ十郎来が悪いんだって。だいたいおいら普通にエッセ
Let's play Switch 1 game. So you bought a Switch 2 to play Switch 1 games.
監視のことなんて
So
忘れてた
you're
ぜ。
gonna be playing Fire Emblem next month. Cool.
そういえば そうですね。依頼でもエセル
Hi,
さんに
Lars.
頼っちゃったり。
How are you?
乗せてもらってるんだから依頼を手伝うのは当然で。
じゃあオイラたちがエセルを助けるのだって当然だろ。仲間なんだからさ。
Yeah, it wasn't very long to be fair. It was only like 2-3 hours long. We killed the 3 raids pretty quickly now, and Mistmoore was
さっきルリアが言って
honestly
たの
very
と同じ
disappointing.
だぜ。
No, it was
エ
shit.
セルが他のやつに
It's actually
親切に
really
するように
awful. Like they put very little effort into it. They just added a few loot drops here and there on the names. That's it. It's like, I don't know, 6 new items, something like that.
もらいっぱなしなのは性に合わねえってのもあるけど、何よりエセルが好きだからな。
I think calling it up. So the bit that was kind of reworked, Lars, is that at night the spawns change slightly. That's basically it. At night the spawns change slightly, and like it doesn't spawn any new mobs or anything like that. I mean, they're kind of new mobs. Like for instance, in the music room, some of the human gypsies spawn as werewolves. That's it. Like there are a few things like that throughout the place, and that's basically it. Kind of eh. They don't have any different loot or anything. Again blinks in confusion, looking from the captain to Lyria, who's been nodding with everything Vern has
人
said.
に親切にしたいなら、人から親切にされることにも慣れてくれなくちゃな。
そうですね。
Yeah, they haven't changed that at all. Lars, as I was walking through those halls at level 50, I was getting aggroed by like 18 things in each hallway. So nope.
だって誰かに親切にするなら、まず先に大好きなエッセルさんに親切にしたいですもんね。
Reeling from their well-intentioned exuberance, Yen tries to take cover behind a menu.
エセルだってさ、知らねえやつに優しくするよりも
Very disappointing,
ま
Lars.
ず
I was
カトル
I was
とか
actually
兄弟
thoroughly
たちに
disappointed
優し
by
く
it.
したいだろ。
それと団長たちにも。
Because like, I don't know, rework tends to suggest something to me. No, not rework, sorry, revamp. Revamp tends to suggest something to me like quite major, and it wasn't. From the looks on their faces, it's clear that the captain and company appreciate Tien's words. He slowly lowers the menu.
団長、スイカの注文いいかな。
もちろんです。どれにしますか？
このクレープ。
But even if you compare that to the revamps they've already done, it was very, very underwhelming. No new NPCs, just a scattering of new items. It was so lazy. Honestly, it felt like they had put no effort into it. They did the absolute bare minimum that they could have possibly done. Jen sacrificed her own wants and needs in order to protect the ones she loves. The crew recognizes that she needs to love herself and presents her with another option she hadn't considered. It's still too early for her to fully commit to this new alternative, but she's beginning to view the world in a different light. That was absolutely dross. That was absolutely terrible. Holy moly. Which of these TN portraits do we like? That one looked like. That's kind of cool. I'm not going to recognise her on all of the pictures now, though. The only slight downside of that. Neon. I like this one. What's her, like, flashy portrait look like? That one, isn't it? I don't care for that. Yeah, Eternals have so many art. Right, what are we doing now? Oh, I guess we're going back and farming some more fire orbs. Fire orbs. Fire orbs. We're back, baby. You have a free draw I haven't used? No, I don't. I still have my welcome draw, Academy Elite. I don't pull a lot in this game. My welcome draw blocks a lot of free draws. Yeah! That was on a singular draw. In fact, no man. This is considered an RPG. Yeah. I think most sketches are, right? No worries about. You take care of yourself, my good man. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, we didn't skip the first one. Thank you though, Academy Elite. I appreciate you you trying to let me know. Confuses lots of people when they see the green writing. GBWP. Yeah, ends in 21 minutes. So 20 minutes until we can do our Earth M3. I don't know how much we actually have to farm for M3 because we only need one of each. We'll do a Kime grid. And just because I can't be bothered to farm a full M3. Oh, I actually have one of each of all of the Yggdrasil pieces. So we need 3 of each. That seems doable. The main thing we need is Anima though. I don't really care about the Earth. I care about my origin classes being locked. Oh yeah, of course, and we still need to do this. I remember telling myself when I did Seraphon's Transcendence, I was like, man, I'm gonna be so annoyed when I do Neons and I have to get Rare Mega Anima, and I just zoned it out of my brain, so I never thought about it again. Right up until the point where I went to Transcender and I was like, ah yes, Rare Mega Anima. Ah, my old enemy. Oh. Any hat skips, yeah. The pro skip is what everyone's waiting for. Almost certainly what I'm talking about, yep, almost certainly. Instead of an next Evoker on cap, Brow's been in all day expedition mines for 762 days. Wow. Yeah, it's what Fraunir and Estariola in the next set. It's where they belong. You got paler? Did I spark? No, I pulled her on a single pull. Bad luck. Yeah, I got you. Some auto discard for items. Yes, there is. It's really hard for me to guide you how to get to it. It's on the town screen in the leftmost icon. Looking at me like that, Phil Cat. Good night, son. You take care of yourself, my man. Thank you for hanging out. Oh no, it's just warming up. Earth M3s in 10 minutes. Oh. Let's see some hype. Hello, Libra. How's it going, my man? What are these shit earth weapons? That's a sword. That's a sword. That's a melee. Sword, fist. Harp? Sword, fist, and harp. Sword. It's a saber. I have a duct cleaner coming, so I had to dust off and clean the furnace and air vents. Holy moly. Sounds intense. What would have happened if you didn't clean the furnace and air vents enough? Did you have to take your shirt off, Libra? That was my thought as well, Wonton Bear. I was like, why are you cleaning it when you've hired a cleaner? You took your shirt off. Oh, baby. Maybe he just wanted to take his shirt off, you know? Get sweaty with the boys. You can blame him. Like extractor fans? Loose, bro. Great porn name. You're punishing me this time for my past mistake. This redemption song. Need you the right word. Yeah, he was tight, bro, when he started it. Now he's loose, bro. That was the best was. What does that mean? Go with the motions in this context? Probably best not to think about it. Yeah. I'll try not to worry about it. Fire orbs, oh fire orbs. I wonder if I can do Tien's Transcendence. I won't be able to do the fragment part because we don't have any fire orbs, but the rest. Not Transcendence, I meant Radiance. Radiance. What kind of anima do you need? You need Artem. Oh, we actually have most of that. We almost have enough. Missing 5. What's this one? Okay. Level 3. Okay, this is where we need 10 star fragments. Oh, we only need 5 10-star fragments. We already have 15. We are short on Damascus crystals though. We are dry on Damascus crystals, unsurprisingly. That actually helps a lot, the fact that we already have 15 fragments. Fraggies. Yeah, Damascus crystals. I mean, it will help a lot now. We'll be able to box out Damascus crystals. There's the rollover. Right, let's go do our Earth shit then. Where we're at. Earth. How much are we gonna slam this? I don't remember how hard Yggdrasil is. Barely touched Yggdrasil. I assume it's gonna die pretty quickly. We need Damascus crystals for Fighter Origin. We need 10 Damascus crystals. I think we can stretch to that. Ooh, it's a little tight. We have 8. You could probably squeeze out a couple more through farming some grains or something. We should probably put like neon in here or something and get some XP. Ah, we don't need to be doing that shit. Neon will get some XP at some point. It is Earth Raid time. The time is nigh. Just dead. Yeah. I couldn't I couldn't actually tell you the difference between the three things. If we join like this, or even this, should have enough time to get. Alright. Yeah, they do some nukes. Which one is this? Harp. Herp. I don't even have the right shit for it. I should be using probably double Ewyar's beak. I don't think I even have one Ewyar's beak in here. I can't be bothered to redo the grid properly until we farm our Sedos. No, Ewyar's beak is the dragon wind weapon. Has a 100k skill supplemental on it. The weapon you're thinking of is Piercing Gale Wing, which is the wind, Crimson Scale or whatever. Supplemental gacha weapon. $25 million XP for MC Ninja. Yep.
Right.
God, I love bonus chests. I love a good bonus chest, me. Ooh. You inherit Bakesh on Milana to... Wait, hold on, don't go crazy. You're probably not keeping her. I would not recommend that at all. Unless you're planning on keeping Milana for a very long time, I would not be inheriting anything onto her. It is, yeah, it's great. Not on her though. You want it on whoever is going to be your long-term trap monkey. Which probably is not going to be Milana. It's probably either going to be your MC or a ninja. Nah, it's almost certainly not going to be a thief. I think MC is probably the safest bet for a lot of play. Or from Cesti, yeah, it'll be really low. Yeah, your loot will be the lowest loot that you can get from there. So as you progress, you will earn better and better loot from the collab event. It's one of the many reasons why Zide is a much superior kind of unit for a new player, because Zai doesn't need anything special, he just gets a great sword or whatever. Any kind of two-hander. Just whacks things really hard. The Ceci thing is going to be kind of annoying, probably. It's going to be your outside of collab progress, probably. So I doubt it's anything to do with defeating the Shadow Lord. They did. It's the gacha weapon. That is all the same thing to me. I'm sorry. What you hear me talking about when I'm playing EverQuest and makes absolutely zero sense at all. That's what I think every time I see you talking about Final Fantasy. I'm like, absolutely no fucking idea what's going on over there. What is this? Oh, that's the fist. Fist! Probably. Yeah, probably. Elysian. Oh. Hop. No, it's not, Libra. It's a bug. It's level 1, and it can be leveled to level 5, but it appears like it's maxed. If you want to max it, you have to do 11 runs. Nice, Elysian. Love to hear it, mate. It's not RNG. That's not RNG at all, Citizen. That happens when you are on a floor that is even to or below where you have activated a major Harken. And tactics gives attack power, defense power, and evasion. That is pretty good. Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's something that took people a long time to work out why it was actually working when it was happening. Oh. Not RNG. Not this time. I imagine there is method to a lot of the things that seem RNG in the game. We just don't understand all of them. And they will never explain them. So we will keep guessing. But that one is locked in. Yep, indeed, Acuben, it's not worth going over. Dread Barrage is really a 20 and done. Do you have any tips to capture? I don't know which one that is, but it's like Pokemon. You need to get them low on life, you inflict status effects on them, and then you use a character with the most dexterity on your team to rope them. But I do not remember which is which. Those long enough, I see. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't really remember the details of those encounters, sorry. Faster Thoughts might have some tips. The captures suck. I remember that much. Not my favourites. I think he's susceptible to a lot of CC though. I think they all are. Yeah, the night capture was the most memorable one. The night capture I actually kind of remember because it was cool. The other ones, yeah. Yeah, he's a beast. Yep, you can't, or at least if you do, you can't shoot him. Ninjas need a sap skill. Only does damage with a blunt weapon. They can't use blunt weapons. Does not crit. With their fists, maybe. I mean, they do have a... they have a great sap with their fists. It's called instant death. Maybe better for a thief. Maybe more suitable for a thief. Yeah, but not in Wizardry, they don't. In Wizardry, ninjas are super evil and they just kill people. Hey, Pie! You're a great rapier. Just be very careful how you say that word. You're welcome. Wouldn't want anyone to misconstrue. A boo. A boo. Suppose if you want to get historical, I don't. These were just a group of farmers had medieval an oppressor and became legend. Yeah. But yeah, Wizardry's not a historical game. Albano's pissing you off? That's what he's intended to do. His character is doing its job. Part of the plot, yeah, maybe. I'm letting the commander do this alone. I want him dead. I actually quite like Albano. He's a good character. He plays the foil very well. Nah, he's always pretty annoying. That's why I like him. I think he's a good foil character. takes after his uncle. Yeah, his uncle isn't that bad. He's ridden pretty well. He's ridden pretty well. Yeah, they did a good job with him. I think most of the Abyss 1 characters are ridden pretty well. They're all very simple on the surface, but they're actually more complicated underneath, I think every single one. And there's only a few snippets of story you get about each one, but it's enough to be like, ah, shit, there's actually more going on here. Like, Dylan Hart is under a lot of pressure to deliver, and while he's heroic, he's an extremely heroic person. He's yeah, he has to like bend what he would like, which obviously brings him a great amount of pain, as he is so like noble and heroic. Elmer's a glorified babysitter. But it's a hell of a job babysitting the princess. Yeah, the princess is a handful, to say the least. The princess is a little bit like Albano. They've both just been brought up in a certain way, to act a certain way. And it's very, very hard for them to just turn around and not be like that. It becomes increasingly obvious that the kingdom of Lignalia has this big, like, basically capitalist society, except it's taken to mega extremes. It's like fantasy medieval capitalism where, you know, there's the royalty and then there's the nobility, and then fucking down in the muck there's all these peasants. There are like merchants who are just about making a go of it. It's the kind of place where most of the people living there aren't actually classified as citizens. They're all just like peasants and serfs. They actually have no like legal residence there and are treated as such. There is like total disregard for the underclass lives. They have like, their lives are worth just nothing. It's pretty brutal. It's very, very dark. Again, you don't get a huge amount of story in Wizardry, but there is enough of it to piece that together. They do a good job of showing rather than telling, which is actually quite hard to do in a dungeon crawler game, especially. Merchants are cleaning up, mate. You should see how much. It's. You can't pay too much attention to the gold values in the game. The King's Rescue is worth like 20k gold or something. It's just inflation. Yeah, the guy making the cabin. Oh yeah, Citizen. Cats are mystical ass hats. It's Illusion's first time doing Abyss 1, yeah. He only just started playing. He's a big Final Fantasy XI fan. -1 whisper. Wait, shit, I can't count. You wanna die? Well, one day maybe you will get Wandering Princess Lana at Altar. And it does away with that. I kind of miss it though. Bonus 2. Oh dear, Citizen. Someone's made a bit of a whoopsie-daisy there, haven't they? Bonus 2. Oh, honestly, worth it. Only to get 1. Ah, it was on purpose, I see. Bones 2 are useful for Wandering Lana. They're useful for Redbeard's Inherit. Everything else, it's a bit rough on that bone. So unless you're planning on building one of the characters that's on the bone, it's a tough one. Yeah, Rene's Inherit is good, but in terms of scaling, you're going to need to probably skill book that to 3 to allow it to keep up. So it's a bit of an investment. When you're comparing her Inherit to Alice, to Yeka, to Adam, to Deborah, just not really the same. If you need Redbeard or you need Wandering Lana and you get some Renes, it's pretty useful. I just don't think I would go out of my way for Rene on that bone. The swords, they're very, very evasive. Yeah, very high evasion. It's ideal to hit them with magic, they don't have much HP. Never get Adams when you pull. That is bad luck. They are great. They're in all my bones in 2 for a while now. Because I want a couple of Renes. One more Wana and a Redbeard. Well, that's not really that inefficient. That's like the optimal case. If you still need Wanas and you want a Redbeard, then you got a lot of hits on that bone. Still not really as good as Bone 1, but you actually need those things a lot more, right? Your first Redbeard is very important. And while Wana probably isn't quite as important as she used to be, with the fact that Healer is in the game, so that Charm and Confusion tolerance is no longer as insane as it used to be. She's still, you know, a direct upgrade from Lana. So if you're in on Lana, you do really want to get Wana. Oh, for sure, Mythic. For one Alice makes a lot of difference to a lot of characters. The thing is with that line of thought, loser, is that you need a lot, or you want a lot of Bone 1 stuff. You want infinite Alices, you want infinite Deborahs, you want infinite Adams, you want infinite Yakatarinas. So that being the default thing is great, because you want as many as you can get, but you're never going to get that many. So any opportunity to pull on that bone is great. You're always after those inherits. You will never not be after those inherits. That's a pretty good one, Narcos. I do like any opportunity to pull on that bone. It's true. When Bone 3 comes out, assuming that they stick to the format, that will be a real contender. Bone 3 is going to be pretty nutty. Again, assuming they stick to the format, which is an assumption. Oh yeah, there sure are. There sure are. They are rough as well. Mimics will teach you how important defend is, and you will learn. Or you will not kill them, probably. If it follows the same format, loser, it will be Arboris, Shelly, Aldrich, Shio, Lavana, and Alter Adam. So you can take Older Adam away from that pool, but the rest of the pool, even if you take Shio away as like not a good inherit, because she's not a particularly good inherit, the rest of the bone is absolute fire. It's so strong. And that's not even taking into account that you might want to build Shio. An extra copy, easy access copies of Shio are incredible. Yeah, relatively easy access. Yeah, Shio's bad, don't build it. On which floor, Elysian? Ah, there is. It's right at the back of the map. So the play back in the day, Elysian, which I see a lot of people still doing now, is you go back to town, come back down to basement 7, you clear all the way through basement 8, to the final point, then you walk all the way back to basement 7 and you go to the camp, you heal up, and then you go back downstairs and everything's already clear. Once you're on the 8th floor, you can interact with pieces of rubble down there, and they will go up to the floor above to fill in holes, which will let you skip the poison tiles. Yep. You can, if you want to. It might be quite hard if you don't have flames to play with. I would leave it alone. Even if you clear it, there's something that comes after it. Not immediately after it, but like as soon as you step forward again. If you haven't died yet today, give it a go. Have a look. You got nothing to lose. Yep, indeed. Just force fail the QTE. That's one of the biggest tricks in Wizardry. The earlier people learn that, the easier it is for them. If a fight has not gone your way, you want to die. So you can flame. Because when you flame, everything goes back to the way it was before the fight. If you release and you go back to the stone, everything stays the same. So just be aware of that. Flames come back every 2 hours, in case you didn't know. Two hours from when you lost the flame, it comes back. Tried to fail it but succeeded. Yeah, that'll happen. Don't worry. Pretty tough. No, do not accept death. Rise again. Rise again is what you want. Rise again is use a flame. Accept death takes you back to the Harken. Accept death is a last resort. Or like in a scenario where no one on your team has died and you don't care about going back a little bit. You don't want to use a flame. Usually Mythic Foot. Almost always, yep. On that screen, speaking of that illusion, on that screen... No, you probably want to just go back to town, to be honest with you, illusion. Unless you want to really try it, push your luck. I'd go back to town, rest up, come back down to 4-7. All of the stones will be up if you've sent them up. And then you can walk around that floor freely. You can clear your way down to basement 8. You can clear all the way to that dude. Kill everything on the way, then go back up, rest at the fountain, come back down again, everything's still clear, and you can have a full HP, full MP, full SP attempt at that dude. And yeah, as Mythic Foot was saying, when you're on that accept death screen, even if you've got no flames, you can actually just wait or close the game and come back later, and the flames will still repop on that screen. You'll still be there when you log back in, or if you leave it. So if you are ever in a situation where you really, really, really don't want to accept death, but you have no flames left, you do have that option as well. Of course, Usher. They do on floor 6 in Abyss 4. Hey, Milky Way. Maybe that's right. Nice. Yes, indeed, Libra. What a beast they're losing. They can indeed, Libra. Consumables are exceptionally important in that game. Oh. This is the fist. We need some subbers. Yeah. Give me a rough walk, yep. if you're struggling with poison and stuff, make sure you pick up some potions and antidotes and whatnot and whack them on your adventurers when you try and go back down again. Yeah, of course. But it saves, if nothing else, it saves resources. Considering you have to do the butchers. I mean, you don't have to do the butchers in one go. If you're strong enough to do the butchers and then go back up to the fountain, then you're good. You can just come back down again. Depends how strong you are, really. Sounds like you just did it then, so you might be fine. Yep, you'll have to kill them again when you go back down. They're just a normal enemy. They'll respawn. Unless you haven't been to the camp yet. Unless you're staying in it right now. In which case, yeah, they won't respawn. Yeah, so they'll be back when you come back. Yep. As soon as you go back up to B7, you can just take a left and go into the portal. It'll pull you back to the southern floor. Hell yeah, you do. It's good to reward them. My team always gets the royal suite. They don't get to rest much, so they have to enjoy it. Taking up Greaves. On a new Wiz account. I'm going to play MC only. Cool. Good luck. Yeah, one day, you'll get there. You'll be right there, Elysian. Oh, for sure, Citizen. It's often much more than half the battle in Wizardry. Wasted so much time. What do you mean wasted time? It's not a waste if you enjoy it. Entertainment's expensive. Boredom can be crippling. Not that kind of waste. I see, I see. Try to use that MP now to cure. Yeah, don't expect it to do too much, but it'll heal a little bit. Might be good for some out of combat healing. Progression time, I see. Yeah, have to steal gear and whatnot. Yeah. But you were having fun. That doesn't matter. At least I hope you're having fun. Nice. Yeah, it does, Libra. It's one of the best things about it. Oh yeah, Libra. Now this would be a good inherit for Prish if you were going to build her out for healing. sure? I would not know. No, I would never do that. Action, speed, attack, and evasion. Yeah. And maybe some surety, you know? Surely it's more important later on. Abyss 1. Yeah, surely isn't that useful in Abyss 1. But no gear is like all your gear sucks in Abyss 1. You're not really working towards anything in Abyss 1. You don't really have an opportunity to tailor your gear very much until probably the end of Abyss 2. And even then you might be better off waiting. Maybe Fordrake will change that. Maybe Fordrake is gonna blow up the scene. Fordrake was always a pick your difficulty dungeon, originally. There were 3 different difficulty modes of Fordrake. So I wonder if they will use that again to make it so there's like an Abyss 2 version, an Abyss 3 version, and an Abyss 4 version. So that you, like, no matter where you are in the game after Abyss 1, you have this really solid farming spot. Yes, it's really odd. I've never heard of anyone having such a high-tiered gear. Illusion in bronze. But it probably has really bad enhancements on it, I wouldn't be surprised. Feather bronze, heat haze. Yeah, of course, Mythic Ware. No, red is just the highest quality. It means it has all of its enhancements immediately unlocked. All its blessings, sorry, immediately unlocked. Not bad. Yeah, not bad for like a knight. Illusion. Yeah, relic weapons are amazing for new players, Milky Way. Oh really, Mythic Foot? Yeah, I guess they improved the quality of early drops relatively recently. It is all in the blessings, yep. That's what makes an item important. Generally. Fist. We are looking for sabers. The greatsword is absolutely bonkers. The greatsword is going to be insane for anyone who can use it, really. I think the katana is also incredible. But obviously you need a samurai to be using it. Excalibur is the worst of the weapons by like a really long way. Sadly. Hey folks! Got some work to do. Yeah, no worries man. Thanks for dropping by. I hope you're keeping okay. Bella Cole said to watch ReZero episode 13 with the English dub because it has a reference that only Project Moon fans will understand. If you're listening, folks. Yeah, daggers are good early on. There aren't really any high defense enemies in Abyss 1, so most things can perform there. The heavy gear's fine. Never had an issue with the heavy gear. Personally. Yeah, in Abyss 1. Never had an issue. I mean, this one is trash. It has really low drop rate. It's fine. I had a bunch of heavy gear at +4. Never had an issue with it at all. you probably want to spend gems to increase the cap. Maybe not now, but you certainly will. It's very, very, very rough after a while. It goes all the way up to 1,000. They have made it easier, to be fair. I think they made it so a lot of things don't count anymore. So maybe you won't have such a bad time. I mean, this is nice and all. I'm happy to get the M3 weapons, but I would like to see a saber. We are now sorted. We have not found a saber yet. But we are sorted for the other two. Hey Boone! I've had a lovely day, thank you Boone. I hope you have also. I hope you sleep well, sir. Much love to you. Thank you for dropping by. Worth using white 1-star Undead Bane weapons? Yes. Absolutely. A 1-star white Undead Bane weapon will probably be better than anything else you can possibly use against Undead. Much love, dude. I hope you sleep well, dude. It's really good to see you. Yep, sounds good. Thanks, Surigo. Appreciate it, mate. We are just looking for sabers. Well, and anima. That's the main reason why we're even here. Yeah, Undead Bane Spears are great. Thank you, Drago. That's very kind of you. It's a Granblue Fantasy raid code. Bigfoot. Thank you so much, Dragok. That's so kind of you. I would never forget to salute, sir. I salute you. Thank you so much. Unbelievably kind. At a point where I'm considering making a second set of Far Hexa rifle bullets, just so I don't have to swap them off my rifle. Jesus. Don't forget, Dragok, that you will probably need a lot of Hexa mats for the new Hexa Manatura, if you care about that. I only know because K18 was telling me about it the other day. You may need like 200, 300 Hexa mats for that. Ah, you're already stocking up for it. Cool. Just thought I would mention it just in case you didn't know or had forgotten. How hard is the Hexa raid compared to the free quest? It's harder. It's a lot more HP, and of course you'll probably need to rely on other people. Unless you're really strong, you're probably not going to be able to solo it. Which you might be one-time bearer, I don't know. Guys, can you get enough gil to buy everything? Yeah, you have to. You're gonna have to sell stuff though. Using the marketplace. You can access the marketplace, Drakistan, by going to the tavern and talking to the old guy at the back. You could also feasibly farm enough, but gil is quite rare as a drop. So you have to be farming for a very long time. Yeah, you should just be trying to fill orders for Gil. You get refunded in a pretty big way. It should be possible for you. Yeah, Draco-stan. And no worries. If you have any questions, please do ask. Hey? Hello? Whoa, it's like frozen. That's a new one. Haven't seen that before. I want to ask about gear progression. I stopped a year ago back. Back then, I was stuck farming deck 2. Yep, sure. Upgrades to clear second abyss. Junk in the collab dungeon better than the junk in deck 2. It's really hard to say. Depending on your progression, the junk in the collab is going to be different. What I would say is if you can, you probably want to try to farm out a relic weapon in the collab by earning some gil and then trading it in for the fragments and attestations and trading them as necessary with the trader in order to get the one that you want, probably the great sword for most people, maybe the katana. That's going to help you out immensely if you can trade up to the max rank of a relic. So that's one big plus of farming the collab. I would recommend floor 5 if you can handle it. The 8 demon packs there drop a lot of fragments and attestations. Well, they probably won't drop fragments for you, they'll drop attestations. But otherwise, anywhere there is fine, really. Ship 2 is still a decent farming spot to this day. But nowadays, things are a lot easier than they were back then. Not because the Abyss is necessarily any easier, but two-handed weapons are now broken. They're super, super duper strong, and the healer class is completely busted. So if you can pick yourself up a Camille, that is the best way you can progress your account. Camille is a general adventurer healer. She is the best adventurer in the game. And I'm not exaggerating, she is the best adventurer in the game. A katana count as a two-handed yet? No, katana doesn't count as a two-handed. Don't have a samurai to use it. No. Greatsword. Greatsword is the one that I would recommend to most people from the relic weapons from the collab. It's called Ragnarok. And it's a monster. Thank you so much, Dragok. That's so very kind of you. Really is. Thank you so much. They don't have a katana user. And I don't agree that Bow is near to Greatsword. I think Bow is way behind Greatsword. Quite a long way behind Greatsword. There are very few Bow users in the entire game. And the Greatsword is just way better. I wouldn't say the katana is second if you aren't planning on using a samurai. The katana is last if you're not planning on using a samurai. It's fucking useless. But the katana is extremely good. So if you are using a samurai, I think it actually competes with the sword. The two-handed sword. When you're playing through Abyss 2, you need to be focused on what is useful for you to help you progress through the game, not what might be useful in the future. Thus the katana is completely useless to him. The worst weapon you could possibly get. Yeah, you can just get it later. If you decide you really want it later, you can work on it later. It's pointless working on something that isn't immediately useful when you're just trying to progress. It's somewhat asterisk, yes, asterisk. It will be different after the collab ends, and it will be harder to get the things, but it will remain in some form, and that dungeon will stay open, and you will still be able to both farm, complete, and remake the weapons. But we don't have all of the details, so it may be a lot harder. We just don't know. But it will still be there. It will still be there. It will still be present. You will still be able to do everything. It's very likely, I would say, that they pull the story segment. And some of the Final Fantasy related things. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Tombury's gone, for instance. And Gil gone. Not the Tombury. I know everyone is going to desperately miss the Tomburys, but I do believe that they will be gone. Tombury King is pretty sweet. Yeah, that's right. So maybe some way to reset them or something. Who knows? Yeah, I killed a Mythic Foot. have no fears. Tombury approaches. I have one fear. Yep. How much HP he has? No, I didn't. I have no idea how much HP he has. Anyone have any idea? Narcos, do you know? Hello, Susano! My doctor made an oopsie and I have to go to work one day before the time I was estimated to need off. Oh. That's awkward. I hope you're feeling okay, man. Sorry to hear that. Is it really that much, Narcos? It didn't feel like 100k. It could be. I don't know, I didn't really keep count. Yeah, I guess I just underestimate the amount of damage we're putting out. Yeah, I've killed the Tombury King, Narcos. It didn't seem too hard, really. You just have to control the Tomburys and shoot the king, really. Jets only counted the 17th of the days I needed off. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Well, you made it through. I used a combination of Moment of Finality, True Words of Fire, Moonlit Pool of the White Demon, and Rene doing Rene things. Yeah, I just slept all the ads and just pretty much just dumped on him. Bow. Ugh. Disgusting bows. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, it doesn't really help right now anyway. I was going to unlock Fighter Origin, but I'm not going to use Fighter Origin here, am I? Is there any collab character on current event banners worth pulling? Should I save for later banners because I heard Annie is close for this game? Anniversary is going to be in about 2 months. Jackistan. You could pull for Zaid. Zaid is a decent unit. He is the only unit that I would recommend from these for a new player, from the 3. Prish can be okay, but she can be awkward in places as well. It's mainly because multi-hit weapons get tricky as you get further on into the game. Unless you have a lot of attack, a lot of attack. From what we have seen in the past, both half anniversary and anniversary always has cracked stuff, like really powerful stuff, above the curve stuff. So it's likely that we'll have something else that's extremely powerful for anniversary, or certainly on the powerful side. So saving might be reasonable. Yeah, healing doesn't do much when they one-shot you. Yeah, if you haven't noticed yet, Penguins makes a very good point, Draco-san. If you haven't noticed yet, you have a selector. Have you seen it yet? You did notice it, okay. Yes, on Abyss 1, first floor, you zone in and he's on your right. Redbeard is a great target if you don't have Redbeard. Pair of Rebellion is absolutely nuts. What are you meowing about? What's the problem? What's the problem? I don't know if you're gonna like my lap, Chili. It's soaked. Soaked in my sweat. Free event bone refresh. Free event bone. Are you talking about the bones that you buy with Gil? Mythic Foot? If so, then yes. Just refresh today. Oh no, that doesn't refresh. I should get Redbeard instead of Zide. You picking for the Inherit? I mean, it's up to you ultimately. It's like, if you want to play with a cool character, like a cool new flashy character, you can pick any of them and they'd be absolutely fine. Zide is the mechanically best of the three for a new player for sure. He's also exceptionally good at late game as well by the sounds of things. But he isn't like a must pull character or anything like that. He's just good. Prayer of Rebellion is very, 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 very strong. It is an attack buff for your team for a row at a time, and whacking that on your Alice is one of the most powerful things you can do for your account in general. You don't need it, but it's great. Yeah, it's an attack buff for a row. It buffs attack and resistance. Yeah, not for the character. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, if you have Alice, I would just, without a second thought, just teach it straight to Alice. Yeah, it's really not worth. I tested that. I tested that way back when. It's a very minor upgrade. Yes, we're talking about the collab select Milky Way. Alice should be spending a lot of time not doing anything. If Alice isn't doing anything, that's a good thing. That means, you know, you're probably stronger than things that you're fighting. Because if you ever have a turn with Alice where she isn't doing anything, it means that you're safe usually. That will not be the case in Abyss 3. I would imagine. Oh, they didn't respawn. Interesting. They must have changed that at some point. Illusion? Easy peasy. The Night Butcher ends. Mythic Foot. Even better. Even better, Illusion. You got a sweet run in. Sounds good, Libra. I'm just looking for swords. Reading in my animals for origin classes. I think I might actually need more light by the looks of things. Oh, maybe more dark as well? Oh, no, we're fine, we're fine. I can't count. Flip chest. I heard that. Flip chest. First time I saw an end, I laughed so hard. I had tears and a strained chest muscle. Wow. That is a lot of laughter. Well, itself seems to spawn more enemies there. Interesting. Row 1 class evolution has been unlocked. Fighter origin. Evolve. Oops, not that one. What's the best weapon type for thieves now? Bow. No. No one-handers are good anymore. You want to always use two-handers where you have the opportunity to. Dragon Stunt. One-handed swords and daggers, they suck now. They're really not good. Even as a frontliner, especially as a frontliner. You know, you're rocking a big two-hander. A big old two-hander. Yeah, they changed it quite a while back now. They made it so the strength bonus on two-handers go wild. Thieves cannot use two-handed swords, no. They can only use bows, daggers, and one-handers. One-handed swords. Best of luck, Illusion. Godspeed to you, sir. It's good min-maxing Mythic Book. Dylan Hart, yeah. Oh no. The game is pretty mean. Hello, Chewie. Keen said, yeah. Yeah, that'll happen. Don't lose your head about it. I wouldn't even say the tutorial is really over yet. There's still a bit of the tutorial to go. Hey no, Jay, how are you? Chilling is good. Love to see some chilling. Not chilly, chillin'. Not chilly. Oh. I wouldn't like to say. Ah, that much. The silver reforge. What for? Actually? What's a silver reforge? Haven't finished the relics. I see, I see. I'm with you now. I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm with you, I'm with you. I haven't done my relics yet. I'll be doing my relics tomorrow. We have all the materials for them as far as I'm aware. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Who do you think is the new altar? Some people seem to think it's Elise or Viviana. They seem to be the front runners. Hey Fox, welcome back, dude. I'm alright, thanks. I don't know if you caught it earlier, but Bellacolt said to watch ReZero episode 13 with the English dub. because it has a reference that only Project Moon fans would understand. He told me to tell you that. Lulu will shit on you repeatedly. She will tell you what an absolute miscreant you are. She is maybe a little bit unhinged. Yeah, you got it, man. He wouldn't. I asked him if he could be more specific for me to tell you, like, what to look at or what to look for, and he was like, no, he'll just know. So if you don't know, blame him. The bit that comes after that is just there kind of for show. You can walk around it a little bit. A lot of players speculate that at some point in the future, perhaps after we've finished all the abysses, if that ever happens, we'll have to go back down there and there'll be like another dungeon down there. But for now, there's nothing more down there. You feel free to have a walk around. You're not going to run into anything nasty there. Feel free to go and have a look. It is perfectly safe. You sure you want to delay your hero's welcome, though? You'll have another chance to explore it, it's fine. Yo, all the time in the world. Well, you will do. Nah. It's only his first run of Abyss 1. Mm-hmm. Two more people, can you let people into the crew? Yeah. I honestly wouldn't say the tutorial is over at that point. I don't think the tutorial is really over until maybe when you get the wheel. Maybe. Honestly, it's probably after you're done with Abyss 1, like, properly. Because that teaches you the basics of everything you need to know in the game. Like, how to use the wheel, what you need to do with it in order to succeed, etc, etc. I feel like the tutorial doesn't really end until after you're done with Abyss 1 completely. Maybe the tutorial never ends. So in Abyss 1 and Abyss 2, after killing the boss for the first time, everything scales up. Yep, so you're going to be facing a bunch of like level 20 goblins and shit. Honestly, I'd say Arena is when the game stopped hand-holding you. I don't think the game handholds you that much on Abyss 2. Arena's an absolute fucking shit show. It manhandles you like crazy. It does all sorts of things to you without your consent. Abyss 3 is where the game gets brutal though. Like a lot of players really struggle when they get to Abyss 3. In so many different ways. Yeah. I love Lulu. I actually adore Lulu as a character. I think she is... Because your character is such a nothing. Like as most like anime or gacha protagonists are. Like her having so much character I think really makes the game. Lulu's more of a protagonist than you are really. Yeah, Abyss 3 is a massive step up from Abyss 2. Abyss 2 is a pretty gentle curve from Abyss 1. But Abyss 3 is like, whoo. Yeah, we can't have you doing that for Guild War 1, Bear. I can't see you solo carrying to tier A. That's not right. You're gonna be playing 1,000,000 hours a day. Our first, well, technically second, but first sword, we did find one. Yeah, Abyss 3 can be challenging well after you finished with it. It's a spooky place. Your game crashed at the camera drop. Oh no. The only thing that comes after that is the credits anyway. But yeah, that sucks. I don't think you will. I think you'll be dropped onto the credits, but I'm not 100% sure. The new crew, as in the 2 new members, folks. Do we have more? They will carry us though. Wonton Bear's super strong. I imagine his friend is strong as well. I wouldn't be surprised. They will be carrying us. If Xeon's active, he'll probably carry us. Xeon's account is really strong. Mate, Wonton, you are strong as well, mate. I've seen your primal grid. Like, your primal grid is so strong, and I bet your other elements are really good as well. I think you've played enough. You seem really strong. Zan hasn't been active. Not Zion, Xeon. I don't know what his name is in the guild, but we recruited him since the last guild war. Zion hasn't been active for ages. Yeah, Xeon if he's there. But he might not be called that in the crew. I'm not sure. We have Bite Me now. Bite Me's a monster. He'll be fine. All your others have a super sense. That's fine. It doesn't matter. To the secret exit and abandon Lulu. Nice. Perfect. Where are you? Map says question mark goes wrong. Oh. Hmm. There's a water slide. Trying to think if it maybe dumped you back to fresh start. Water slide. Like, that takes you downwards. Ah, you are in a sort of secret area, kind of secret, not really like the worst guarded secret. You can zone out of there and you will go back to beginning abyss. There's not really much in there for you right now. Did you end up in there, or did you start? Did you start in like the beginning room? So me buy some purple portal. I see. Yeah, it's a bit weird. It's not very far away from where you would normally start, because you're meant to be dumped back in the beginning room after the credits. Probably, yeah, Citizen. You're almost exactly where you're meant to be anyway. You're very close to where you were meant to be placed. Is it worth it buying storage slots? Yeah, it is. It sucks, but yeah, it absolutely is. You can buy up to 1,000 total storage. 25 at 200 gems a pop. So it's what? 4,000 gems? So it's 20 pools for a 500 slots. It is almost certainly worth it. But you know, if you are entirely free to play and you are desperate to pull on things, maybe you can do without it. The room is very, very helpful. It's 2k. That's 2k. Oh, it's 50 per. Yeah, I mean, so it's 10. It's a 10 pool for another 500 slots. Like, you probably can do without it. They have made it so that inventory management is easier than it used to be, but do you want to? I don't know. Depends on your... I think it is. Even if you're entirely free to play, you're not even on the battle passes. I think it probably is worth it. It's just incredible quality of life. You just suffer for 2 months with limited inventory space. Does seem like the play. The game is pretty brutal on gem income, but entirely free to play. The battle passes fix that, but like, yeah, if you are super duper free to play, and unfortunately that doesn't help you. Yeah, the currency income is really brutal in that game. The killer place is going to be harder to farm. Maybe. If it is harder for you to farm, then on the flip side, you are going to get better gear from it. So it is a necessary progression. A 10 pool for free to play, sadly, in Wizardry, that's actually quite a lot of gems. That's like a month's worth of gems. It's a really, really large amount of gems for free to play. Just how brutal the gems are, free to play income. No, I think it works out being like 4 months or something for a spark. If you do everything. There is a good chance in Wizardry you won't have to spark as well. Like you can, because the rate is quite high in the game. There is that. Wizardry's a weird one because in terms of free-to-play accessibility, it's an extremely free-to-play game because the general adventures are so powerful. Some of them are like genuinely some of the best units in the game. But in terms of gem income, yeah. You get quite a lot of bones in Wizardry. You can get a lot of bones in a month. But bones do not equal gems. Like, bones are pulling from very limited pools. Also, conversely, for a small spender, as in the 2 battle passes, basically, the $4 and $8 battle passes, the gem income is really good. Very, very competitive with other gachas. Much better than most gachas. But, of course, if you are totally free to play, then that is not an option. Follow-up attack is really good for autoing, yep. As you get more SP, you'll use it less and less on challenging content because you'll be using skills all the time. But where you are right now, really, really good. Yeah, she has about 5 different spots she can go to on the Abyss 1 sequence. Have to do this 5 times? No, you shouldn't. Well, you might do. You might end up doing it 5 times, but you don't have to do it 5 times. Don't you worry. She has a lot of different spots she can go to though. It's random. Are all those scrolls and healing potions just completely unnecessary? No, they're very, very important. A lot of the time. If you're struggling against something, the first thing you probably want to do is fill your inventory with various different scrolls and healing potions. Yeah, you can get most of them from the item shop though. Like, you're only ever really going to need the highest tier of potion and a few various scrolls. things like charm cure, sedation spells, that kind of thing. I would not personally be instantly extracting 3-star blue. I still don't now. I use a lot of 3-star blue gear. You can grant knowledge about the cursed wheel. Nice. I'd probably junk anything that's green or below, or 2-star or below. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Again, I've played for well over 2,000 hours and I am still looking at blue 3-star. I would not recommend skipping out on anything that is blue 3-star or higher. Especially early on, but even late on. Small XP from the mobs that was enough to level you up. You will have got XP for killing the Greater Warp one as well, yeah, probably. This early into the game, I shouldn't be worrying about Unify, so I should just extract the duplicates anyway. No, you should be worried about Unify. You're missing out on a lot of stats. If you're struggling I don't know if you said before that you were struggling on Abyss 2, but if you're struggling on Abyss 2, that's probably why, if you're ignoring Unify. You really want to improve your gear if you can. Particularly if you have good blessings on it. But even if you don't, like, it's much better to just have the raw stats from leveled up gear. You can, I'm still wearing stuff from, you said you were farming ship 2, right? Like, I'm still wearing stuff from ship 2. 2,000 plus hours later. Hey, Somnio! You are a grinder, Mythic Foot. Good steel sword with good blessings. No. So the one exception here is weapons. Weapons you are 100% going to replace in the next Abyss. But armor, all of the armor pieces, accessories, anything else that isn't a weapon, like, it doesn't really matter what the base is. Even if it's bronze, it doesn't actually matter that much. What matters is that if it has good blessings on it. If it has good blessings, yeah, you're in the money. Like, I'm still wearing iron in Abyss 4. And that is all that matters, Mythic Foot. Yeah, you use a leather robe that had double action speed roll. Exactly. I have a whole bunch of iron and steel gear still. From my time farming ship 2 and 4 Drake. I still have a pair of feather bronze gauntlets I use. Like, unless you are farming like crazy, like real crazy, chances are like anything you find is going to be useful that has the right stats on it for a really long time. That's 20 plague mask. Nice. Back in the day, maybe it'll be back in the day tomorrow, you know? Who knows? Yeah, silver tier feather bronzes would be sweet. We'll have to see what they do. Yes, indeed, Illusion. That is the next step. Hey, Ase. How are you? It is that time of night. I think I gotta go, guys. I need to make sure I get my sleep. I had a very, very rough morning this morning. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wizardry. Whatever they've got to give us for 4 Drake. I need to do my relics. I have a load of stuff to do on Wizardry tomorrow. I'll also try and do my Limbus Company mirror dungeon. Take care, guys. Thank you for being here. And I will see you tomorrow. Thank you, Ase. Thank you, Citizen. Thank you, Mythic Foot. Thank you, Gathering of Penguins. Thank you, Lubra. Thank you. Don't know why I said it like that. I have no idea. Thank you, Elise. And thank you, Prim. Thank you, Fox. Thank you, Loser. Thank you, Drakistan. Thank you, Somnio. Thank you, anyone else who's still out there that I've not said goodbye to. But I love you all the same. Take care, guys. Bye bye. Thank you.